a lot of things.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Program Director, Dr. Mhaule, Minister of Basic Education, and Jimutsecha, Ministers and Deputy Ministers here present, a representative from UNESCO, whose presence here is a great honor for us, MECs and heads of department, members of national and provincial legislatures here present, representative of various political parties, of teacher unions as well, representatives of the school governing body associations, higher education institutions, civil society representatives. Wonderful to be seated at the table with Mr. Ngasana, whose work has been quite extensive in education, who's also leading an organization that makes huge interventions in education at the national level, Next, I think it's called, as well as UDG Omkhulu, Dr. Lubisi. He was the DG in the presidency, has since retired, but continues to be very active in a variety of tasks that he continues to be given. And that's why I continue to call him UDG Omkhulu, not only because he's tall, like a towering tree. Minister, what you just did could be called career limiting. And in a way, maybe you have not been reading the newspapers about what people say is going to happen. But thank you very much, Minister. The Minister and I come from way many years ago. We were at school together. So it's wonderful to see that people who were at school together in the 60s are still able-bodied and are still able to do a number of things to serve the nation. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to be in your presence, and it is also good to be here again this year. I had a great time last year when I graced this occasion. The basic education, Lekgotla, is one of the most important events on our national calendar. It is here that officials involved in education, educators, teachers, teacher unions that is, policymakers, the private sector, and civil society can come together and also get the involvement of internationally based people who are well-versed in education, like from UNESCO, to chart the course for basic education for the next 12 months and way beyond. Basic education is the foundation of any nation's development, as we all know. It is also the foundation of progress and prosperity that we would want to see in any nation. The aspiration laid out in our Constitution to establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and human rights cannot be achieved without prioritizing education. And if you look at our budget allocation, education is the one sector that gets the highest allocation. improving the quality of education, or rather the quality of life of all citizens, and freeing the potential and unlocking and unleashing the potential of each person cannot be realized without education at the center of our efforts. And this is a given. You do know, and you can see immediately once a person who's gone through the education system presents themselves, and a person who has not gone through the education system, it's like chalk and cheese. It therefore tells us the centrality of education in our life cycle as human beings. If one can liken our nation to a sturdy tree that is strong enough to weather the worst conditions, basic education forms the roots that nourish the tree and enable it to grow and to thrive. The oldest tree in the world is recorded as being 5,071 years. It is called the Great Basin Bristlecone Pine. And it was named the oldest tree in 2012, beating the previous record by over 200 years. And this tree was scored by a certain gentleman called Schulman in the late 50s, but he did not have a chance to date his sample before he passed away in 1958. Now, I have a keen interest in trees, and I always try to get those that get to look at trees with me and try to get people to know the names of trees and to also estimate their age. And I often tell people that as you walk around our environment and the landscapes of our country, we need to take a keen interest on what adorns our beautiful country. Its plants, its trees, it's the grass, and the plants that we plant for our food and all that. But trees are most important. And in a way, they sort of are a representation of ourselves as people. And that is why we say education, the roots of a tree are like education. The stronger and the healthier the roots are, the stronger and healthier is the tree. That is why, even though we have many challenges, and challenges we have by the truckload, we will continue to celebrate achievements in basic education. And we do have great achievements to celebrate. Last year, we recorded 80.1% matric pass rate. That was a phenomenal achievement against many odds. This was a 4% improvement on the year before, despite the impact of COVID, where we had to lock down the country and keep our young people at home, where we closed schools, where there was a learning disruption, where there was curriculum trimming and reorganization, where there were rotational timetables and numerous hurdles. Notwithstanding all that, our learners more than excelled, and we should give those learners a good round of applause for their great achievement. Now, this year's results were particularly pleasing to me in that the performance of learners from poorer schools show the deepening impact of education spending and the social wage more broadly. When you look at the performance all round, the one that I zeroed into, as I told the minister when she presented the results to me, I said to her when I observed the rising performance in poorer schools, I said, this is like touching the Holy Grail. Since Bantu education, which really did one of the most terrible damage to the education of our nation, as we've been improving, particularly in poorer schools, and the results are becoming more and more positive and almost becoming equal with the more higher, better endowed schools. I said, this is the silent revolution that we've always sought to want to achieve. And I dub it touching the Holy Grail, because it is precisely that we must applaud, that children from poor schools in the rural areas, in the townships, are able to sit for exams and achieve equal type of performance with children from independent schools as well as children from more affluent areas in our country. That, to me, is the revolution that we have always sought to see. And it is happening under our noses. And I have to congratulate and thank all those who contributed towards this outcome. We congratulate you, Minister Motshekga, and your deputy, Dr. Mhaule. And I also congratulate our MECs and their teams, because they played no less a role in making sure that this is the achievement that they have given to the country. Of course, we have to thank our parents and caregivers, school administrators and support staff, school governing bodies and teaching assistants who we deployed during COVID to go to many schools as part of the presidential employment stimulus, which we put in place during COVID. Of course, the biggest heroes are our educators. Because of their dedication to their profession, our learners got the support they needed to sit these exams and to do well. So, great applause to our educators. Let's give them that round of applause. Now, I speak here in terms of the extra hours they spent tutoring the young people, the personal time taken to help to redraft and amend timetables, as well as the curricula, the time spent being part of matric camps and many other initiatives. I know one province which has really come to excel. When it is exam time, they take the young people out to camps. And I've heard that they sleep on the floor, and their main preoccupation is just preparing themselves for the exams. And I know that many other schools have started emulating this, but it is educators who have demonstrated real commitment to making sure that our young people excel well. Many of our educators have their own families and children in school, and yet they provide an extended family to their learners. They take them as their own. The improved matric results must encourage us as stakeholders in basic education to redouble our effort to address the extremely serious problem of learner dropout. Minister, as she was presenting the results, did remark about this, and we have seen an improvement, but she's alive to the concern I've been raising over years. But last year we saw a great improvement, but there is still a cohort of young people who, having entered the education system 12 years ago, and then when it comes to the 12th year, number of them are absent when it comes to writing the final exam after 12 years. Every year, thousands of high school learners leave before sitting for their matric exams. And I've often said, as educators, we must be like the hen, the chicken hen. Once it has chicks, it will look for the missing chick all the time to put it under its feathers. That is precisely what we should be doing, and know which one is missing and why it is missing. And in many respects, the problem of learner dropout makes the theme of this year's Lekgotla even more relevant. The theme, which focuses on equipping learners with knowledge and skills for a changing world, raises the important issue of whether all learners who enter the basic education system are able to follow the educational paths that best suit them and their aspirations and their dreams and their hopes. If we can provide learners with more choices and better guidance, we should be able to reduce the proportion of learners that drop out. But once we give them more choices, that is when we will, as educators, as parents, as the role players who are given the responsibility to guide these young people, we will know and we will see the signs of these dropout rates, and we will be able to follow through and find out why they are dropping out. The three-stream model is critical if we are to adapt and thrive as a country in the new world of work. The skills that our country needs, the jobs that can grow our economy, and importantly, the avenues for things like entrepreneurship that are so sorely needed, can best be achieved by increasing learner access to technical and vocational subjects. I got to meet a young lady, well, a young girl, who, Minister, did not achieve the bachelor pass rate, and she was in tears for hours and hours. And I said to her, we have 4 opportunities to make progress from your 12th year of schooling. You can pass with a bachelor's grade, you can pass with a diploma, you can get a certificate, and you can get an endorsement. And I said, you have a diploma pass rate. You should see that as a great opportunity that opens a new pathway for you to go and learn something in a much more direct way, which can make a greater contribution to the economy. And that is not like a fall, it's not even a stumble. It is opening a new pathway, and a great pathway for that matter. And it was only when I'd explained that she started to brighten up. Because it is this type of pathways that we must be able to inculcate in the thinking of young people. I'm pleased to hear about the progress that we are making in institutionalizing the 3-stream model. I understand that various technical vocational specializations have already been introduced in more than 550 schools, and a growing number of schools are piloting the subjects in the technical occupational stream. And I must say that when Minister Motshekga informed me about this a couple of years ago, it really got me excited, because I started having a sense that we are now moving to another higher level. And as I've gone around to technical colleges, TVET colleges, and have met these young people who are dabbling in all manner of more sort of functional and technical callings, I found them inspired, focused, and dreaming of great things that will come in the future. And they are the ones who immediately tell me that when I finish my course here, I already have a job. I am going to sign up with this company or that company. And they feel so confident and say, now I have a great opportunity not to be unemployed. So this is precisely that we must be stressing. These subjects that include, and I've met a number of them, agriculture, marine, and nautical science, electrical, civil, and mechanical technologies, amongst others, are the types of subjects that we now want to see spreading in many, many of our schools. These are the vocations our economy sorely needs. They are the kind of vocations that we need to promote and develop if we are able to address the scourge of unemployment in our country. The high numbers of unemployed youth is something no country can afford, but it is even much worse if they are also not in education or training. Now, that training must start at school, and it is that training that will keep young people focused, because they will know that if they have trained in some of these subjects, they are not easily going to join the ranks of the unemployed, because the economy is hungry for people who are skilled in those disciplines. Inclusive growth and shared prosperity can only really be achieved when more people are working. A productive workforce cannot be achieved if we do not remake ourselves as a nation that is committed to lifelong learning in various ways. And I want us to underline lifelong learning, because it is this lifelong learning opportunity that we must encourage people to embark upon, to go and learn even beyond what we have learned at school, university, about a number of other disciplines. It could even be learning about trees, how you name trees and how you recognize trees. It could be learning about a new skill, even if you are not necessarily going to participate actively in it. If the economy is not creating enough jobs at scale to support the growing numbers of unemployed, we have to think creatively and innovatively about how we are going to address this. We have to look beyond issues of labor absorption alone and into what are the best ways to open up new pathways for employment and self-employment. And one of the reasons that I get excited with the new subjects that are being taught in schools, much as it's still 550 and I want more and more schools to reach out to this, is that once people get into those technical education subjects, it opens up the pores of their thinking. They become much more creative. They are then able to come up with new ideas, new products, because they are working face to face with concepts that could create products that could be needed in the economy. They come up with new processes. And it is this that fuels economies of other countries. I look at China. I see how creative they are. They are able to make nearly everything. If you go anywhere to buy something, you look at the back, you'll find it is made in China. Why is that the case? They have focused on more technical education, technical training, and that in itself just opens up platforms for people to know how things work, how products are put together, how processes that lead to those types of products really can be brought to life. And then that opens up creativity and innovativeness. That is why I do believe that moving in this direction for us and the adoption of the three-stream model is so important. Because this starts with developing skills for a modern and dynamic workforce, but it begins with basic education. It cannot be emphasized enough that the greater the scope for basic education streams, the better our learners' prospects are for securing employment, as I was saying, and for self-employment after schools, because that person becomes much more of a thinker, much more of a dreamer, much more of a creator, an inventor, and a person who thinks outside the box. By way of example, we will be aware of the national effort to transition our economy along a low-carbon, climate change resilient pathway, and our move towards cleaner sources of energy. Powering a clean energy revolution and pursuing sustainable development requires well-trained people in the various disciplines. It requires artisans, mechanics, green equipment manufacturers and operators, waste entrepreneurs, technicians, sustainable farming practitioners, and a host of others, which this foundation that is laid by basic education, which now begins to advance to more technical subjects, becomes the real platform that we should use. Never has the imperative been greater for us to forge ahead with curricula that are responsive to the changing needs of our economy and society. Beyond reflecting on the issues facing the basic education sector, our expectations are that the collective expertise at this Lekgotla will help us consolidate what has been achieved so far to strengthen basic education outcomes into the future. And I firmly believe that if there ever was a time when we have a great opportunity to further strengthen education, basic education, this is the time. We've built a really robust system of basic education. And I know a number of people are always tempted to rubbish the system that we've put in place, that we've been building brick by brick and strengthening over time. And this system, which is now producing the pass rate that we now see, and which is now poised to start moving into a number of other areas that are going to meaningfully contribute to the growth of our economy, is a system that we should strengthen more. And your Lekgotla here today is about that. It's about you making contributions that will further strengthen this system. The learning losses from the COVID-19 pandemic period will take some time to recoup. We have to forge ahead with a comprehensive curriculum recovery plan. We need to pay particular attention to the negative impact, yes, of the pandemic on early learning because of the serious consequences for learners later. When learners have difficulty learning because they struggle to read and are not confident with basic numeracy, they are more likely to repeat classes. This slows their progress through the grades, places greater burdens on teachers, and consumes resources which could have been directed to quality improvement. We have to keep looking at concrete mechanisms to strengthen the use of technology to support curriculum delivery, particularly to learners from disadvantaged communities. Now, when it comes to technology, other economies around the world have placed a great deal of stock and confidence in technology, and it is technology that they have put up front there to drive their economic growth. And we already see how some of their gigantic companies are straddling the globe and even becoming a threat to your northern economy countries. And when it comes to technology, in recent times, I found that young people become so adept with technology. They are wizards and they are geniuses. And if anything, we are the ones who hold them back. We hold them back, but their minds and capabilities are far ahead. And this is what we need to focus on, to underpin our education system with technology offerings. Care and support for teacher and learning must be institutionalized as a tool to improve learner outcomes and retention rates. That mentoring process that we need to give, and also comes down to the role-playing role that we play so that young people can see us as role players. It must mitigate against learner dropouts and contribute to the nation's overall well-being by investing in young people's emotional stability. We know that education involves more than the skills needed to work. It is about developing the capabilities needed to participate in a democratic society. Our schools must become places that are free of corporal punishment or even the need for it. They must also be places where there is no sexual abuse, where there is no gender-based violence, where there is no racism whatsoever, and where substance abuse and all the other ills are completely absent in our schools. Our schools, like our country, must be alert to prevent a resurgence of COVID-19. As educators and stakeholders, we must continue to encourage the health of our young people at all times. Just as education fights inequality and poverty, improves a nation's health outcomes, and contributes to economic growth, investment and quality education extends beyond learning itself. We are working hard to ensure that learners are able to receive education in dignified conditions that support their health and well-being. Through the Sanitation Appropriate for Education program, known as SAFE, we have so far been able to construct some 50,000 sanitation facilities at more than 2,000 schools. A further 15,000 appropriate toilets were constructed at 1,000 schools as part of the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, ACIDI. Now, the Department of Basic Education assures me that all remaining safe sanitation projects at approximately 1,000 schools are scheduled for completion in the next financial year. So we will be able to restore dignity, not only of teachers, but of learners in the schools that are still remaining. This is something that I've wanted to see being done for years. I now want it to be completed because it is about restoration of dignity. We know that conditions of learning are seriously constrained in many of our schools by high learner dropouts, or ratios rather, amongst others. The burden of expectation on our educators to teach, to do administration, and to meet the needs of their learners is quite stressful. The introduction of learning assistants into our classrooms as part of the presidential employment stimulus has been a blessing for many educators and schools, and I'm glad that it has been so well supported and so well received wherever I have gone. This is one program that has been so well commended and praised by both parents, teachers, and even communities, and even young people themselves. The third cohort of participants will be starting early this year and will be providing this much needed support to our educators. This Lekgotla has a full and busy agenda, so let us get to work. We have a lot to do and to achieve, and building resilience and promoting success in basic education is a firm foundation for economic growth, social progress, and tackling inequality. And as you do all this, I want us to inculcate in our heads that as a developmental state, developing the learning capabilities of our young people must become our primary focus. And we must therefore come up with systems, with initiatives that are going to advance our developmental and transformational agenda. I look forward to today's deliberations and to the outcomes of the Lekgotla. I know that the Minister will be able to share with me the outcomes of what you will have discussed. And with that, I'd like to thank you. I'm sorry I was a bit expansive because your sector really, really excites me. Because as Minister was introducing me, she failed to say that I was meant to be a teacher in 1976. 1976, after being thrown out of the University of the North, I wandered around. I was thrown out in 1974, went into detention for quite a long time, and when I came out, they wouldn't take me back. So I was kind of stranded, and then landed a job with Meadowlands High School in 1976. I was going to be a part-time teacher. And as I drove on the 16th of June in 1976 to start my part-time teaching career, as I drove to the school, the students were marching out, and that was the beginning of the uprising. So you can call me an amper teacher. I almost became one of you, but it was all my career, which would have been a flying career, I'm sure, as a teacher, was interrupted by young people on June 16, 1976. So feel sorry for me, but I could have been one of you. Thank you very much. I thank you.
This is our president, the amper teacher, addressing the sector. Let's keep standing. I want to release the president before he even take a seat. Mr. President, thank you very much for honoring us. We know you have a very busy schedule. We want to release you right now. Can we clap for the president as he's taking leave? Thank you, President. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give you just 15 minutes break. Yeah, 15 minutes break. My Worlosi is the Worlosi. We're going to use my Worlosi. 25 past, we are seated. 25 past 10, We are seated according to my warlaws. Please, I said we stick to time. Just go out, grab a cup of tea, and come back. Thank you.
Running to these bands like I'm Usain. Gotta keep it too true like I'm 2 Chains. Maybe every new wave gotta start lame. Too split in the brain, see both ways. Stone face when I see snakes approach me. These days I'm just trying to keep it low key. Too busy, can't have anybody phone me. Bitch, I'm working, that's how I'm coping. Life's too tragic, I can't have my money coming short like baggage. Feel like every day something fucking gotta happen. You ain't gotta worry about if Gypsy Kid is cracking. I'm already cracked, bitch.
Can we, I know I'll be speaking with people that are inside. Mr. Mahada, can you clap hands there so that everybody must come inside? Our program is congested, so we need to stick to time. Our program is highly congested. We need to stick to time. So we tell Mr. Mahada to clap the hands harder. Must I introduce you or must I just call you? Must I introduce you or must I just call you?
As always. Good morning, ma.
Sure.
Thank you. Angazi ukuthi uyazi ukuthi wenze njani. Ngihlale la eduze.
Sister.
Oh, asenzanga into from last week.
Those of us who are already inside, can we sit on our tables? Can we take our chairs? Take our seats? Somebody in an interview was told to take a chair, then she picked it up. I'm not saying pick up your chair, I'm saying take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, those of us who are already inside the hall, let's take our seats. Please, time is against us. If those of us who are already inside, if we take our seats, those who are coming will see that now the meeting has commenced. Then they will come in quietly. Can we take our seats, please? I don't want to mention people by names. Can we take our seats? We'll greet during lunch. Let's take our seats. Emisimbali. 2. Ladies and gentlemen, can we take our seats? Can we rush to our seats, please? Don't pick up the seat, just sit down. Rush to a seat. Our next speaker is a seasoned medical doctor, a public health and policy professional and manager. She has been the technical lead in the response to COVID-19 in the basic education sector. She has been instrumental in the expression of the health agenda within the education sector for over a decade through the development of key policies, strategies, and programs. Some of the key seminal documents that she spearheaded in the sector includes the conceptual framework for care and support for teaching and learning, the integral school health policy with the Department of Health, the integrated strategy on HIV, STIs, and TB, the drafts, the policy on the prevention and management of learner pregnancy in schools, and the bold and forward-looking 2017 national policy on HIV, STIs, and TB in the basic education sector, which is the first policy in the world on HIV and TB emanating from the education sector. Her name, she is coming to present the recommendations of the 2022 Basic Education Sector Lekgotla, progress on implementation and reflections. If we take our seats, those of us who are still on our feet, can we take our seats? And as I leave here, I will leave MEC Fraser to do the work that I'm supposed to be doing because I'm attending to another meeting, Minister. Minister, as I'm attending to the EU meeting, MEC Fraser will take my place. So I'm inviting Dr. Faith Kumalo on stage to talk to you. Thank you. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Good morning to the Minister, the DMDG, all the HODs, and in the interest of time, as Minister has said, all protocol observed. We're appreciative of all the esteemed guests and speakers that are joining us in the room, but also on the virtual platform. DM, my task is a very difficult one. I see you don't see the slides yet, because I am meant in 15 minutes to reflect on the work that we have done over the year and also give us collectively a report card in terms of how we have done. So that said, the presentation will be made available to all of you. So I really would like to just touch on the key factors, particularly issues around the reflection and also speaking a little bit about where the basic education sector Lekgotla comes from. So we all know that this is one of the highlights in our calendar. It's an annual gathering that brings everybody that has an interest in basic education together. And this being the 8th iteration. We had our 7th one last year under the theme of equipping learners with knowledge and skills for the changing world in the context of COVID-19. It is important to reflect that last year was really about the recovery and how we can build back better, that in our rebuilding, following the disruptions on COVID-19, how do we make sure that we leave no one behind, we strengthen the foundations, but that we also leave a system that is resilient to withstand the challenges that will come and other pandemics which were informed by the experts that we should be anticipating will come our way. So in the next 2 slides, I'm really just talking about the key features of what were discussed. We spoke about the impact of COVID-19 on education, health, enrollment, attendance, and learner dropout, and also reflected that context in the social, economic, and psychological environment is critically important in how our children were able to deal with this pandemic. We also spoke very much around monitoring of learning, as well as benchmarking against others in terms of the recovery program. We spoke about components of a successful education system, and in particular, the building blocks of early childhood development. There was quite a lot of work and presentations and interrogation of what it is that we mean, and articulation when we speak about the skills and competencies for a changing world. And this builds on the work that was done, even going back to 2018, as I will show you in the slide coming up. And then finally, in terms of looking forward, we really focus on issues around providing targeted support for learning, as well as the social needs of our children, as well as empowering our teachers and shift from professional development towards a more professional learning environment. We had those 5 commissions. There were a number of recommendations that came out of each of those. I'm not going to speak about them, and you will notice there that there were some commissions that had few, and there were others that had a lot more in terms of their recommendations. What was important is that following this process, we then developed specific action plans that were going to take us forward for the 2022-23 financial year in terms of implementation, so that we don't leave it at recommendations only, but really that we put down specific actions. And so really today I'm going to reflect briefly to you how we have done as a collective. It is critically important for us to reflect that the DG also wrote to the branch heads, because each of the commissions was then given to a branch and a branch head to lead the implementation thereof, as well as the further engagement in the sector in terms of progress. And so there was a requirement for quarterly reports to be submitted, and the dates of those reports are on the slide that I'm sharing there. We have then taken the Q3 report and reflected on progress, and here I'm sharing with you just the first pages of the Commission 1 report, as well as the Commission 2 reports. The other Commission's reports are being finalized, and all of these will be put up on the webpage that we are all using for the Lekgotla, for all of you to download. And really our ask and request is that you please have these handy, have a look at them overnight, and certainly tomorrow morning, so that as we break into commissions, this has to be the starting point of the work that we are doing. To say, this is what we had committed to, how far have we come? What are the things that are in progress, on track, but where are the challenges in those areas of red? I really just want to say that as a overall assessment, we have many areas of green, we have some areas of amber, where things are in progress, and some few areas of yellow, where information is outstanding. And here I want to reflect on Commission number 3 that was looking at ICT. And the colleagues will remember that they gave themselves a very long action plan for them to work on. And so there are many areas that require an update, and so there's a lot of work, I think, for you to have a look at when you do this. We want to share with you just some of the work that has happened as an example of the progress that has been made over the year. And critically important in the reflection over the Lekgotla is to also notice that there is a thread that is very clear in terms of the work that we've been doing at each of the Lekgotla gatherings that we have held. So it really has not been events in a way that we sometimes suspect and think and worry that it could be, but there has been a thread moving forward in how we further develop and deepen our understanding of each of the key areas and then refine the work that we're doing and giving it to the various branches and line functions that are responsible for it. So this is work that is shared by Commission 1, and it will be further interrogated in the Commission where Ms. Weston and the colleagues will make an input. And I really, with this one, to really thank Ms. Weston for providing us this really pictorial, visual assessment of the work that they have done as Commission 1, working together with all the stakeholders in ensuring that there's implementation of this work. I heard someone say that it is important to know where you come from, but it's also important to know where you are headed to, because you may arrive and don't know that you've actually gotten there unless you are clear of what it is that you are headed. And so in this slide, we're just sharing with you some of the work and a reflection on the Lekgotla, starting from 2019, in terms of the days when this was held, the venue, what the theme was, and you will notice there that we've really stayed with this theme of equipping our learners with competencies and skills for a changing world, and taken the local and the ensuing context into consideration each year. And obviously in 2020, we were dealing, with further refining it and agreeing as a Lekgotla that this is the direction we're going. 2021, we had to deal with COVID, as well as 2022. And now we're dealing with an environment where COVID is no longer an emergent pandemic as it was, and the WHO is looking at actually, looking at this matter in terms of stopping the declaration of it as a public health emergency. However, what we do know is that COVID-19 has become endemic. It is with us, it will continue to rise now and again, and so all those preventative mechanisms that as a sector we've put in place, we do have to pay attention to. And we're reflecting also on this slide some of the key threads that we really dealt with at each of the Lekgotla over the years. I will leave this to you colleagues to have a look at. We're also reflecting there on some of the President's messaging to us, issues around making sure that every child is a national asset. The President in 2020 said that it's important that in everything that we do, we should have an equal measure of care and support. And we must have heard him also speak about that today. And it continues to be an important pillar of the work that we need to do in the sector moving forward, because the environment and context, once again, really determines how far we will come. We're sharing this slide that shows us amongst the first sectors that had a completely virtual Lekgotla that we held in 2021, when we were sitting right in the ravages of COVID-19. And many of the faces here are also in the room. And this is really a reflection of some of what we've encapsulated in this slide. So what is then the report card that we are sharing with you today? If I was the class teacher or the register teacher, I would say on your report card, very good effort, can achieve more with better focus. How have I done? I'm being a teacher, right? Yeah. So really the message is there that in our enthusiasm, in our understanding the urgency of getting education right, we have bitten off a bit more than what we can chew. And some of the commissions actually behaved as if at the end of the financial year, come March 2023, we're all going to pack our bags and retire and go away because all the work will have been done. So all that needed to be done was then put in the plan to be achieved over one financial year. And as we know, that is not necessarily very smart, because when you apply the SMART principles, you have also to consider what is achievable given the resources you have, but also critically important, the time that you have available. So that really is the report card, colleagues. There are some very, very important positives that we have shared or have experienced over time, which I want to really briefly talk about. I mean, our ability to innovate and to be resilient going into virtual and hybrid mode when it was necessary, it's really been something that is really very positive in the sector. The fact that we have expanded, and DG spoke about this, from having an inward-looking branch-level interrogation that was really focused on the national senior certificates before in the Lekgotla, to now having this platform that is international across sectors and that is looking at education in a much more holistic way, is an advance that we have made. We continue to have expert and global speakers come and be part of our engagement, and that we have found a way to begin to integrate the deliberations and the commitments and actions into the business of the sector, so that it is not just a very nice meeting ground, but also forms the core to the work that we're doing. And Commission 1 is a classic example of how we have managed to do this. In terms of areas for improvement, our objectives and our plans need to be crafted a bit clearer. We must implement the SMART principles. Like I said, we act like we will close shop and go away. However, we need to really make sure that what we put down and commit to in the year, it is something that we need to do. We need to also think about how we find opportunities for us to get together as this collective that has crafted these plans, to collectively interrogate, but also to replan when necessary and contribute to progress around these matters. It is not a branch matter only, it is not a DBE officials only work, it is all of us as a sector that have come up with these plans, so they belong to all of us. We also need to look about how we balance the program to enable optimum delegate participation, and Deputy Minister has already reflected on the program that we have, because there's really so many areas that are of critical importance in basic education, but also that we continue to have a mix of people participating across the various levels, including our leaders at schools, educators, district directors and their teams, so that we can really make sure that we share information and that we can begin to work as a seamless system that does have a long delivery chain, but is important for all of us to work in sync with one another. C.S. Lewis has said that two heads are better than one, not because either are infallible, but because they are unlikely to go wrong in the same direction, and I'm adding at the same time. So we are able to assist one another to get back on track and to really make sure that the whole truly is greater than the sum of the parties. And the President has reflected that our sector is at the center of the development of South Africa as well as the world through our contribution as a global player. The basic education sector, Lekgotla, plays an important role in inviting the collective wisdom, not only of the sector, but everybody else, in crafting much sharper our focus in the work that we're doing. So once again, I invite you to have a look at the reports. They will be on the webpage, and please kindly interrogate this and make sure that they do form a basis for the work that you are going to do in the commissions. The Wi-Fi is available from the hotel. It is on the Southern Sun, so don't go onto the conference one. At Southern Sun, there is no password that is required. Then you go back onto the web page, the address that you have, where we all registered, and there you will find, certainly by midday, all of the reports available and all the other resources that are going to really assist all of us to make sure that once again we have this event, significant event in the calendar that is really worthy of the collective wisdom in the room and also on the virtual platform that is going to make a contribution. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumalo. Again, let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, Honorable Minister, MECs, DG, HODs, distinguished guests, I greet you all. Allow me to invite the next speaker who will be presenting here, Dr. R.C. Lubisi. While he's still coming here, allow me to introduce him formally. Dr. R. Cassius Lubisi is the chairperson of the HSRC. He retired from the public service after serving a decade as a Director General in the Presidency and Secretary of the Cabinet. He previously served as the Superintendent General of Education in KwaZulu-Natal, Deputy Director General in the erstwhile National Department of Education, Special Advisor to the then Minister of Education, Kada Asmal, and Senior Lecturer in the School of Education at the erstwhile University of Natal. Dr. Lubisi served as the chairperson of the several ministerial project committees in the areas of curriculum development and adult literacy. Dr. Lubisi serves in several boards in the public and the private sector. Allow me to invite him. Ngicela simshayele izandla.
Program Director, MEC Mbali Fraser, Minister of Basic Education, Minister Mutsecha, Deputy Minister Dr. Regina Mhaule, MECs here present, Director General of the Department of Basic Education, former Directors General here present, heads of department and former heads of department, as the leadership of Umalusi and other agencies of education and training in this country, our collaborators from the private sector, distinguished officials from various departments of education throughout the whole country. Ladies and gentlemen, I observe all protocols. It's a difficult business speaking after the president, because having worked with him for so many years, our thinking is very similar. We did not discuss what I was going to say this morning, but you'll find that some of what I'm going to say is what he has said. So there was no discussion before. So take it as a matter of emphasis, what I'm going to say. We move now to where I want to start. I want to start in 1943. Don't worry, I have 20 minutes, so. I won't be here a whole day, so I've got a limitation of 20 minutes. In 1943, a very critical document, am I the one who's controlling this thing? Yeah, I'm the one who's controlling, yes. I see. I want to refer to a very critical document called the African Claims Document, which was produced by a group of leaders in response to the Atlantic Charter. Now, this group of leaders actually produced, as part of the African claims, produced the first Bill of Rights ever drafted in South Africa, 1943. This Bill of Rights actually predates the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted only by the United Nations in 1948. So we were ahead of them by 5 years. Now, we said, in regard to education in that Bill of Rights, the state must provide enough property, properly built and equipped schools for all African children of school-going age, and institute free compulsory primary education. And they said all the other things. I want to say, secondly, that we reject the conception that there is any need of a special type of education for Africans as such, and therefore we demand that the African must be given the type of education which will enable him or her to meet on equal terms with other peoples the conditions of the modern world. That's a fundamental statement, because what this statement says, if education does not empower learners with the ability to meet the demands of the modern world, whatever the modern world was at that time in 1943, then that education is useless. That statement is true today. It is true as it was true in 1943. I go to 1955. You see, I move very fast from 43 to 55. The Freedom Charter declared that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. The Charter says the government shall discover, develop, and encourage national talent. That was true in 1955. It is as true today. If we cannot use education to discover, develop, and encourage the talent of our pupils or learners, then we are on the wrong side of history. I jump further to the Constitution of this Republic, as adopted in 1996. And the President spoke about this, cited the same clause, the preamble to the Constitution. It says we adopt this Constitution as a supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. That's what education is about. It is to free the potential of each person. And context obviously plays a big role, as our forebears in 1943 tell us about the ability to get our children to meet the demands of the modern world. The Constitution further, of course, in terms of Section 29, enjoins us to ensure that everyone has the right to a basic education, including adult basic education, and to further education which the state, through reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible. This begs the question, what then is the content of that basic education that we are talking about? I build further on this. The Constitution is a promise. It is a promise to the citizens and people of this republic. The National Democratic Revolution and the post-1994 Constitution promise the following key broad areas to South African people. They promise that the transformation of South Africa into a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and united society. In practice, this involves the uprooting of social, political, and economic machinations of the apartheid system in all its manifestations, especially as they targeted black people and women. The preamble to the South African Constitution, as indicated earlier, captures this transformative mission succinctly. The Constitution further elaborates on the context of the promise of the National Democratic Society in the Bill of Rights contained in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, including the right to basic education as indicated earlier. The Constitution is a social contract. It is a contract amongst ourselves, and it binds all of us. It has therefore to be lived. It is not a voluntary document. It is what we promise each other. It is what holds us together as South Africans. And therefore, it says we are duty-bound to make the promise of the Constitution a lived reality, particularly among our learners. Public administration, including public education, the public education sector, is critical for the realization of the promise of the Constitution. Hence, the values of public administration as elucidated in Section 195 of the Constitution of the Republic. After 1994, we were faced with a massive mammoth task of transforming the structure of the education system that apartheid had put in place with a view to segregating us and feeding us unequal education, making some to be servants and others to be bosses. We had to build a single national post-apartheid education department on the ruins of 19 racially and ethnically based departments. Some tend to forget this. It was a massive task that we were faced with. It involved a mindset shift. It was a paradigm shift. We had to change the mindset, we had to change the culture. And it was a resilient culture that we faced as we dealt with this. It involved an active effort to fight racism, sexism, and ethnic chauvinism. It involved the imagining of common norms and standards, because there were different norms, very disparate and not talking to each other. It involved the streamlining of some structures, of the structures in the bureaucracy, in the education bureaucracy at that time. Of course, as we did so, as we streamlined, we did lose. We shared quite a lot of expertise, particularly in maths and science. As we streamlined and we said we have more teachers than we needed. And of course, that came to hit us quite hard later on. Coming to curriculum development, the first ever move of the post-apartheid government in regard to curriculum change was what we then called curriculum cleansing. A committee led by Professor John Volmink, I'm not sure whether John is here, was established in 1996. Its task was largely symbolic. It's largely a symbolic exercise. And I guess that's all we could do at that point. Because what we were doing, we were fixing a plane in full flight. We couldn't take off the passengers from the plane and ground it. The plane was moving. We had to fix it in full flight. Now, what the committee led by Professor Volmink did was to remove overt and covert traces of racism and sexism in the curriculum. Many of you would know, you were there. Our curriculum had some tinges of racism and sexism in it. And the first point was to ensure that we removed all those things. And Professor Volmink and his team did an absolutely stunning job in a very short space of time. And their work was largely well accepted across the board. We then moved to introduce Curriculum 2005, which all of you would remember. This was the first fundamental curriculum transformation project in our country post-apartheid. It was based on the principles of outcomes-based education, learner-centeredness, and the democratization of learning and teaching. There were all sorts of issues around that, as you will recall. Curriculum 2005, however, became preoccupied with the bureaucratization of assessment, form over content, and de-emphasizing of subject content knowledge. And this was its downfall. This led, obviously, as dissatisfaction with Curriculum 2005 set in the need for a review of Curriculum 2005. And major proposals came out of this review, leading to the need for another curriculum overhaul. The review, obviously, as you all recall, was led by the Ministerial Project Committee led by Professor Linda Chisholm. Afterwards, we had the first iteration of the National Curriculum Statement. This was essentially the practical implementation of the Curriculum 2005 review report. It involved the repackaging of subjects in a manner that's easy for teachers, in a manner that's clearer and succinct. It also involved the repackaging and reimagining of the technology subjects that the President was speaking about. Repackaging mechanical technology, civil technology, electrical technology, and various others, which was, I must tell you, was a very difficult process. There was a massive fight when we repackaged the technology subjects. We had to hold meetings with industry, basically to say, do you think what we are doing here makes sense? It was not easy, not easy at all. Others wanted us to keep the old technical subjects, and we said, no, we can't. We have to transform with the times. But also what we wanted to do, what we sought to do, was to ensure that the technical subjects have a similar status to the other subjects, the mainstream subjects. Because if you leave them in the old manner, they were going to be taken as if they are just things you do when you have nothing else to do. And that was very crucial. The second iteration, of course, of the National Curriculum Statement is the development of the Curriculum and Assessment Policy Statement, the CAPS, which is what is current now. And this required subject content specification to be strengthened. It needed to strengthen the assessment standards as well. We continue to reform our curriculum and introduce new subjects and subject content, such as coding and robotics. And there are lots of these subjects which we need to look at, because what we grew up in the age of the telephone exchange. If you ask young children today, what is a telephone exchange, they'll look at you and think, what are you talking about? Those were the kinds of jobs we were preparing children for. Telephone exchange. There's no telephone exchange now. Everyone has got a smartphone. No one sitting there. I'm looking for the Mabuza family here in the township. Can you put me through to them? No such thing. There is no such thing. The world has changed. The world is changing. It is changing, and I'll come back to this fast. I want to, as the President indicated, touch briefly on the specter of COVID. COVID-19 was a global disruptor, as you all know. I recall very well Minister Mutsecha, DG Mweli, they were very stressed. Very, very stressed. I led the fight against COVID. I was leading the command, sitting at the Reserve Bank. And they would all come and say, hey, we want to open schools. Say, no opening of schools. We're not opening schools, sorry. No, we must open schools. So I became very unpopular with DG Mweli at some stage. But the leadership of basic education did an extremely good job. I can tell you it was tough times, very tough times. The education system the world over came to a screeching stop. Now, the DBE's own study that was done by Martin Gustafsson exposed the devastating losses in learning suffered under COVID-19, setting us years back. The President also mentioned this. We don't have time. We have to recover, and we have to recover very fast, because every month, every 6 months, every year we lose. Learners will step back. We had gone a long way, and all international studies show that the education ship in South Africa is beginning to turn in the right direction. You go to Pearls, you go to TIMS, you go to all studies in SACMEC, etc. The evidence is there. Of course, the newspapers don't see it. It will take some time with some education for them to see. But what COVID did was a job on us. As we see ways to reorganize ourselves in the light of the fourth industrial revolution and other social challenges, we need to actively design mechanisms to help the system recover. We also need to take advantage of the technological new normal adopted during the height of COVID. So COVID must not be remembered for deaths and hospitalizations. It must also be remembered by the disruptive technologies that it introduced. Because we must prepare for the next COVID. This international pandemic, global pandemic, came 100 years after the last one. Now we have a whole new world that we have to respond to. MEC is now coming to intimidate me. Right, bureaucracies over the world are trying to come to terms with the realities of the fourth industrial revolution and COVID-19. These new realities require us to consider how we provide public goods and services, including basic education in the new world. What type of bureaucrat, including education officials, will be fit for purpose in the new realities? We have to consider this, and I hope that this Lekgotla does that. How should the state reorganize itself to be able to function in this new world? Briefly, we are in what we call the VUCA world. The world is much more volatile. The world is characterized by volatility. The world is characterized by uncertainty. It is characterized by complexity. It is characterized by ambiguity. When that happens, you need visionary leadership. You need people who understand. You need people who have clarity, and you need agility. That's what you are faced with at the moment. We have to, it's the time now to hit the reset button, I would argue. The VUCA world we live in requires the education community to press the reset button on many fronts. The public education cadre needs to completely reinvent and repurpose themselves. A rapid shift from knowledge, skills, and attitudes of the telephone exchange era is required. Learners should be adequately prepared for knowledge, skills, and values to thrive in the new VUCA world of the fourth industrial revolution. Public basic education sector should continuously consider what the new world means for curriculum policy and how the sector is organized from national to school level. The various stakeholders that interact with the public basic education sector should themselves reinvent themselves and build new relations in the sector. In a sense, what we need to remember as we battle to reinvent ourselves, at the center of our reinvention is the learner. That's our business. To prepare, as they said in 1943, the learner to be able to face the demands of the modern world. And I've indicated that this modern world of 1943 no longer exists. There's a new modern world of VUCA in the fourth industrial revolution. And that's what we need to deal with. All the stakeholders that you see in this picture indicate the complexity of the education sector. Very complex. What is the ideal provincial education district official in this world? What's the ideal subject advisor? What's the ideal principal in this modern world? And we should continue to interact with the various other stakeholders who themselves have to seriously consider reinventing themselves. With those few words, I could be with you for the next three hours, but I have 20 minutes. So thank you very much for the opportunity to interact with you. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you very much, Dr. Lubis. Indeed, the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. Can you please give him a round of applause? Ma'am Angie, the advantage of me sitting there is that when I stand, the presenters will definitely know that their time is finished. So I'm appealing to those who will be coming here to guard against stealing other presenters' time. Siyabonga. The next presenter who will be taking us on a case of South African schooling systems in the sector skills will be Dr. R. Manike. As I'm inviting him to the podium, allow me to introduce him. He's currently the director at the Human Resource Development Council of South Africa. Prior to joining HRDC, he was the Skills Planning Advisor at the Public Service Sector Education and Training Authority. Between 2003 and 2005, Rodney was a researcher for the Information Systems, Electronic, Telecommunications, Technologies Sector Education and Training Authority. From 2000, he worked for the Department of Labor as an employment service practitioner to develop and support communities with skills for several social development initiatives. His qualifications include a PhD in Business Administration from House Hong University of Science and Technology and MA in Public Administration from the Tsinghua University in China. Can you please invite him to the podium? Thank you very much. Simshayeli izandla.
Thank you, Program Director, Minister, DG, MECs, HODs, international guests, all protocol observed. Good morning. I'm going to be talking in a brief, but also I should put a disclaimer that what I have been tasked to do, a lot has been said. The President has put the case of the South African schooling sector and the skills, and also Dr. Luisi has also given already. So my task has been made very easy and simple, and I hope, Program Director, that I will be able to move faster and try not to repeat what has already been said. This is just the content of the presentation. As it has been said, I am with the Human Resource Development Council. I'll talk in brief of what the Human Resource Development Council is. And I should also recognize, I see some members of the council here and others, the former members of the Human Resource Development Council. I'll then highlight the priorities of the Human Resource Development Council, of course, within the context of basic education. And then I'll give a broad background or a context in which the South African schooling system is operating, which I think I'll quickly run through that. Then I'll talk through the skills issues and then move and finally conclude with some of the important work that the Human Resource Development Council is doing within the context of basic education. Okay, the Human Resource Development Council, it's a national advisory body which our minister also serves. It's a member there. It is chaired by the Deputy President. And of course, as I said, the President spoke in detail in most of the things that I was going to. He is, of course, a former chair of the Human Resource Development Council. And of course, it is managed by the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. Just in brief, among others, what the Human Resource Development Council does, in a nutshell, it develops a strategy for the whole country. And this strategy cuts through the whole HRD pipeline, starting from ECD up to the workplace. So it works through all the subsystem of the pipe and making sure that wherever the pipe needs fixing, it identify and fix what needs to be fixed. These are the pillars of the Human Resource Development Strategy, which guides the Human Resource Development Council in its work. And you will see, and as the President has said, the root of it, it starts with foundation, and the foundation learning, foundational education cannot be overemphasized because without it, we do not have the other pillars which are listed there. So we need a very strong roots for this tree or for this pipe to work the way that it needs to work. So foundational learning is the basis for creating a skills workforce. We cannot move into a TVET sector, or we cannot move into the CET sector or higher education sector if we do not have a very good foundation which is in the foundational learning. Just perhaps as a brief background, and I think I will not take a lot of time on this because these are issues that are well known to you, especially within the basic education sector. But these are important issues that within the sector, as we deliberate, we should not forget them. We have an increasing gap of inequality in the country. And in fact, we are having the highest Gini coefficients in the whole world. And this in itself should never escape our mind in what we do, because this has a potential for a revolution. And if we do not address it correctly, and we do not arrest it as early as possible, wherever revolution, French Revolution, Russian Revolution, Arab Springs, it is as a result of this. So we should, as we deliberate, not leave this context of what we are finding ourselves in and what do we need to address. And basic education, as the President has mentioned, it is very key. It is very important in addressing these socio-economic issues that we face in the country. Of course, then one of the other important, which as a basic education sector we need to take into cognizance, is that we are qualifying youth, but these youth that we are qualifying, they still find themselves unemployed. And as the Mkulu DG has said, we need somehow to press the button and relook at how we do things. And of course, we do have the issues of COVID, which I think I will not want to dwell on it, and of course the 4IR, which we should always also take into cognizance. And as a basic education sector, we do have a role, and we must play that role in ensuring that we develop the nation. and address these socio-economic challenges that we have. And these, if we do not deal with them correctly, they can come back to bite us, like the DG or the former or the Mkulu DG is saying, that there are issues that we did and we did not do right, and they are now coming to bite us. Okay, let me quickly then move into the skills development issues within the sector, or within the schooling sector, I'm sorry. It's, of course, as we know, that the formative years of learners are spent mostly with them reading books. And this knowledge, of course, is very important. But it does not arm them with the practical skills. And that is where we need to start to look at and address. We need to ensure, also coming from the Human Resource Development Council, that we start to arm our learners with practical skills. The President has emphasized how important these technical skills that we need to give to the learners in order for them to be able to be prepared for the job market. And as it said, 90% of employment opportunity, it needs the youth that has a specific vocation. So we need to start to think about this and make sure that we inculcate this within the schools. And of course, this is important because then it helps learners to think just beyond grades. It's no longer about cramming and passing, but it helps them to develop real life skills and to explore beyond textbook. The President spoke of how these concepts, as they are taught to them, they can be able to think about them and produce products which then we can be able to commercialize. So there is a need that the schools in South Africa, which in the main are mainly academic-centric, that we start to introduce skills development through the curriculum. And of course, there are pockets of what we are seeing through the introduction of coding and robotic, which is very important. And I think, like the President is saying, we need to scale up. We need to start to make sure that these move faster, and of course, incrementally so, but it does cover a wide range. I will just run through this. I think a lot of what has been said also this morning, and especially a lot by the President, spoke to this, the fact of the skills pathway. And that's where the gist of where the basic education plays a role. Because as the President has said, within the basic education schooling system, there are youth that drop out of system, and they then find themselves sometimes with no option. And as we all know, then they become a statistic, what we call the needs. They are found not in education, they are found not in employment. So they need to have a skills pathway that will ensure nobody drops out or nobody falls through the cracks. And there should be a pathway that enable learners to make choices on their own and ensure that when they have made these choices, as this picture showed there, it should be in a manner that you have started perhaps in a specific path, but your path should be able to cross through with others. So when you have made a choice and you want to move or change into another choice, you are able to cross path and get into another path as you move. And this is what the schooling system needs to do in order to play an important role within the skills. And of course, the technical high schools, the schools of skills have been playing a very important role in this area. And of course, doing this role together with the TVET colleges that are within the Ministry of Higher Education. But then there is these challenges that we need to deliberate and look at and address, that the currency or the qualifications that they come out with within the technical high school, the schools of skills, and the TVET colleges, which is where now the skills level starts to play its role. They are varied, and this causes a lot of confusion. They are at the same parallel level, but they come up with a varied type of qualification. Now, these are the issues that we need to start to address. And another problematic issues in the skilling sector arises also that students who enter the TVET colleges, they enter having attempted, and most of them having passed at grade 12. And they then start again at grade 10 equivalent. And these are the issues that we need to tackle and we need to address quickly in order to address our skills pathway. And again, most of the learners with grade 12 who are opting for TVET colleges, they are not doing what the president has said when he gave a case of the young lady that he spoke to, that they do that after they have not been able to access university or they have failed elsewhere. And this is what we need to not promote. We need a case of what the president spoke to, where a learner with their diploma, they choose, or not necessary, even with their bachelor, they choose a particular path and they do not find themselves in TVET colleges as a second or as a drop-out or as a last choice. It should be a choice that they do from the beginning. And then one other challenge that we have within the skilling sector is that TVET colleges themselves, they are complaining that the grade 9s that are supposed to be the right people or the right learners to get into TVET colleges, they find it difficult to cope with the work that they need to do. And then you find, therefore, TVET colleges ending up preferring the grade 11s and the grade 12, and that is not how the system needs to work. And this is what we need to do within the schooling system, within the basic education system. We need to create a very strong technical base at a grade 8 and a grade 9 level, so that learners then are able to go into a technical and vocational stream at a school level, if this is offered, or they move into a TVET college without having to move there as a last choice. And of course, the president has applauded, and as the Human Resource Development Council, we also have had, and we are also applauding the work that is happening within the schooling system, especially at the three-stream model that addresses some of these challenges that we are raising, that we are faced with. And we are, of course, saying that the three-stream model, it does support the country's skills needs, as the president has said, and it is important, and it does address the youth unemployment that we find ourselves in the country having. This I will just go through to say that, of course, the Mkhulu DG has already said, the president has already said, we are in a changing world and we need competencies that prepare learners for the 21st century. And we do not need learners that will only be literate, but in the world that we are in, we need them to be digitally literate. We do say that we need these competencies for the changing world to be intentionally developed and to be in somehow integrated into the curriculum. But one most important thing is that This should be done in conjunction with the development of foundational literacy. We should not forget the numeracy, literacy, and we just simply go with the digital literacy. That is the basis. The tree cannot stand, and we need to ensure that as a basic education sector, that it's also emphasized. As I conclude, Program Director, I'll just highlight some of the important decisions of the Human Resource Development Council as they relate to the sector, the basic education sector. These are meetings that were held in 2022. Some of it it's already communicated to the department, and the minister sitting in the council already, some of them knows about them. But as we deliberate within the Lekgotla, I just want to ensure you that the Human Resource Development Council is also looking at these issues, and they do understand that there is a need, and the foundation is within the basic education. And these are some of the issues that came in the last meeting that was held in December, that the department should finalize the development of the integrated strategy to expand the ECD provision. And of course, we all know the whole issue of the function shift that happened, and now we need to expand that provision, that it's now found within the Department of Basic Education. Yeah, it is intimidating when the program director stands up. The other issues is that we need to increase the number of teachers in the system, of course, within the budgetary constraints that we have. But with all that we are aiming to do, we need to ensure that teachers are also increased. The whole issue of the synergy that is raised to ensure that when learners come out and they go into the post-schooling, there is that synergy. And of course, in this digital world, there is also the issue that the department, together with the DHED, it's working with the Department of Communication, Digital Technologies, in incorporating the ICT in teacher development, or teacher training, I'm sorry. And I see one of the colleague, Dr. Nkosi here, who is also sitting in that task team. As I conclude, Program 1 of the HRD strategy, which is foundational learning, it's busy with a social compact, which is led by the NECT, which it's about encouraging involvement. And I think as a sector, we need to know this, and we need to support the NECT in this work, that it's important that all social partners then are committing themselves into action and making sure that we improve the quality. As I conclude, let me congratulate the sector in the matric result. Of course, there are challenges, but I must say, as the president has said, we are making progress. And in fact, I had a son who was doing matric this year, and he banked 6 distinctions. And I say we are doing very well, Minister, as a sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ngisacela simuphinde simushayele izandla. Thank you. Our next presenter will be Mr. A. Ntsenginyumva. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
You are trying your best.
As we invite him to the podium, Mr. Albert Ntsenginyumva is the Executive Secretary of the Association for the Development of Education in Africa since January 2019. He has a good knowledge of education in general and TVET in particular. Albert,
I'm actually doing it remotely.
Oh, he is connecting virtually. Okay.
Yes, I'm
Allow
here in
me-
Abidjan.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce you, then you will start. Mr. Nsengi Nyumva has vast expertise in understanding government functionalities, social capital and networks with regional bodies and multilateral development institutions, including the African Union and the African Development Bank. Let's give him a round of applause again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director of the ceremony. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let me first present greetings to our stakeholders and colleagues, and especially our ministers and deputy ministers, but all our partners in South Africa. This is Albert Sengiyumva, as the director suggested, so the executive director of ADEA. ADEA is the African, it's an association for the development of education in Africa, where South Africa is one of our key active members. So I'm pleased to have been invited to this important Lekgotla. This is our third time that we attend this important event. And I have been following since this morning from the introduction speech by Minister and the President himself. I'm glad to learn that most of the work that is going on in South Africa is actually addressing some of the key issues that we are seeing at the continent as well. So I'm going to be presenting this morning to why build education system resilience. And indeed, because this resonated, we are just coming out of the COVID-19. Why creating resilience system or building resilience system? First, I think my predecessor has touched on this. We need to introduce forward planning because this is really critical. Protecting learning against the impacts of external crisis factors. We all know the challenges that we faced with the COVID-19. We see the impact of the climate changes. We have several epidemics going on in the continent. And of course, we also experience conflicts in different countries. So this call for integrating flexibility and preparedness into education delivery for continuity of education. My predecessors have already shared some of the challenges associated with the continuation of education during COVID-19. The same happened to any other challenges, any other crisis going on in the continent. Mitigating learning losses among vulnerable populations through more effective planning and management. I will come later on this issue of planning because one of the challenges the continent is facing is to get accurate and quality data for better planning. As a DARE, we produced 2 reports to promote peer learning and knowledge exchange sharing among stakeholders. ADEA is hosting what is known as the COVID-19 Observatory, where we produce a number of reports looking at how countries are responding to the challenges associated with the COVID-19. And these actually reports touch on the numerous issues, including teacher preparedness, remote learning, learner centers, education, and so on and so forth. Those reports are available on our website. African education leaders took stock of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on education delivery during the ADEA's 2022 triennial that took place in Mauritius in October. We were glad to see a big delegation from South Africa that joined and have shared what the country has done. And we witnessed again the role that the DBE has played, and especially the leadership in responding to the emergencies associated with the COVID-19. So what are we getting from these reports that we're getting? First, more than 60% of African countries faced closures exceeding 200 days. You can imagine now the learning losses associated with that. 70% of countries face teacher shortages, especially in primary and secondary. And I'm glad to learn that DB is looking to actually expand and actually increase teachers. Number of countries are doing the same following the impacts, again, of the COVID-19. Over 5 million students, especially girls, risk not returning to school. This is one of the critical issues that the continent is facing, and the social impact is quite big. Less than 2/3 of teachers in primary schools were not trained in basic digital literacy. Again, I heard from our predecessors, introducing digital technology is now a must. It's no longer an option as part of the resilience. Parent and private sector played an important role in resourcing education during the pandemic. So we have seen telcos, IT companies, and other private sector and communities especially. We have examples of South Africa where communities have really supported learners and actually promoting learning during the pandemic time. Let me touch on the different subsectors, and I'm glad that again, the predecessors have already shown the importance of this, improving foundational learning. We believe foundational learning is the initial stage of education. So important, and the emphasis cannot actually be overrated. Education stakeholders endorsed a commitment to action during the Transforming Education Summit. We had a pre-summit in Paris last year in June. We also had the summit itself in New York in September last year, which ended with a commitment to action in response to the learning losses during the pandemic. And during the Adea Triennale in Mauritius, ministers discussed on how to improve foundational learning more quickly in emergency. And some of the key takeaways include ensure the availability of accurate and accessible data to track progress on the foundational learning commitment. Make the application of the principles of structured pedagogy a top education priority to sustain or surpass the gains made in foundational learning. Provide ongoing support to teachers to successfully shift from assessment of instruction to assessment for instruction, and to strengthen the capacity of the teachers to support children's social and emotional learning and safeguard their well-being. Last but not least, instill mutual accountability and partnership to maintain the momentum generated during the triennial. Because again, we believe education is not only meant for education stakeholders, it's a societal issue. We need to bring everyone on board to play its part. So this is just to show some of the context we are in. Foundational learning outcomes remain low across the continent. These are some of the examples that we have taken. When you look at below proficiency level reading and below proficiency level mathematics, you can see some countries are reaching up to 89, 90%. So we still have a lot to do. Even though there are some progress, but the road remains quite long, and a lot of efforts and investment that is required in this regard. When it comes to technical and vocational education and training, actually, as Adea and partners, we are promoting a new approach known as technical vocational skills development. And the reason being, when you look at the number of students in the traditional technical vocational education and training, when you need to have classrooms, workshops, and so on and so forth, there is really limitation in terms of expanding access. We are therefore promoting technical vocational skill development to allow for flexibility so that training can take place as long as the provider meet minimum requirements. Could take place in the industry, private sector, could take place, apprenticeship, and so on and so forth. So rethinking technical vocational start with making sure that we create more flexibility and we make it modular so that we can train as many people as possible. Because the idea here is to make sure that we are coping with the demand of the labor market, making TVET demand driven. Again, when you look at the priorities globally and on the continent, some of the things we need to take care of include digitalization. As I said, it is no longer an option, it's a must. How do we integrate digital technology in teaching and learning, especially in technical vocational skill development? Two, the issue of climate change. We are moving into a green revolution to address climate change. How do we actually revise our curriculum and make sure we integrate mitigation measures into climate change? Last but not least, the issue of inclusion. Again, I'm referring to some of the examples. How do we make sure that technical vocational skill development reach some of those areas that are underserved? Because they deserve to also access technical vocational skill development as a pathway to enter the labor market. So some of the important issues as I classify here include integrating technology, so important. And we also need to look at alternative financing options, because we all believe in many African countries, as the number grows, it is going to be very difficult to finance technical vocational skill development from only public resources. We need to look at other potential sources to improve access, but more importantly, quality as well. We need to develop accreditation of informal systems. This is a reality. In many of we still have the informal sector playing an important role. I think it's going to be important to look at how to accredit that sector as well, that system as well. So how do we rethink technical vocational skills, considering digitalization and the fourth industrial revolutions? And this requires funding alternative TVST financing, as mentioned, including the application of edtech solutions, emphasizing practice-oriented skills development, private sector partnership, and training of trainers, among others. Establishing a continental technical vocational skill development think tank, and encouraging policy coherence by learning from policy failures. This is actually in light with the African free trade, continental free trade area. Our market is becoming bigger through this new treaty. So how do we train our young people so that they can compete not only at the national, but also regional and continental level? So look at ways of expanding our market in making sure we address the needs and aspiration of our continent. We also need to change the perception of what we normally call TVETs, because again, in many cases, these young people are sent to TVET because they failed from general education. We cannot change the perception without making sure that TVET become also a choice. We give choice to these young people because they see the opportunity of entering the labor market and becoming competitive. Highlighting the importance and use of data in diagnosis of TVSD challenges is equally important. Now, when you look at the higher education in Africa, I think we need to reimagine. This is actually what we are looking at. How do we reimagine higher education and scientific research? Because when you look at the share of research, as far as Africa is concerned, globally, we are still lagging behind. How can we make sure that we play our part? And there are so many areas that the continent can actually leapfrog and be able to address the shortage of research, and more importantly, the shortage of researchers on the continent. because we believe very much research is an important component to improve the quality and relevance of education on the continent. So we need to explore alternative finding options for research in higher education to inform policy, programming, and practice. Strengthen the capacity of higher education personnel to undertake robust research and implement programs for skill development in Africa. Encourage strategic partnership. Partnership is so important. Not only partnership between African universities and the rest of the world, but within the continent. And there's so much that can actually be achieved once we are able to create that facilitation of partnership among our universities. We need to maintain strategic peer learning opportunities and mainstream the use of data and evidence. Lastly, continue to improve the quality assurance and harmonization of qualification. There are good initiatives in this regard that support this new thinking in making sure that there is an harmonized qualification framework on the continent so that that can facilitate the movement of labor on the continent. Now, as part of my recommendation, how can we strengthen resilience? And before maybe I reach that stage, I wanted to share some of the undertaking for this year where South Africa is going to be one of our key players. Number one, we would like to continue strengthening capacity for country to be able to tackle the challenge of accurate and quality data by making sure that we capacitate our ministries, not only to manage, but more importantly, to collect and use accurate data. So this is one of the areas that I would like to mention. We are targeting in another 5 years, 30 African countries in this context. We have just completed the first phase of a situation analysis of the use of digital technology in Africa with 24 countries. We are now moving into a next phase where again, South Africa will be part of this group. The idea is to be able to inform policymakers on some of the critical areas that require investment, to be able to integrate in digital technology in a way that is efficient and effective. Again, this is part of building back better, a strong, resilient system. As part of the technical vocational skill development, we are conducting two important studies. One is actually addressing some of the issues that came out from the speech by the president. The issue of making sure that technical skills are integrated, not only at the level of technical, but even from the foundational, but more importantly, at the level of secondary education or high school. We are conducting a study that we call vocationalization of secondary education. We are piloting this in a few countries and would definitely like to make sure that South Africa is also included in this. We are also working on the alternative financing model, where we are picking some of the practices going on in the different countries, and we definitely believe this is going to be also a source of inspiration to a number of our member countries. Last but not least, let me also acknowledge the role that South Africa has played as part of mitigating the issues and challenges associated with COVID-19. We conducted what we call remote education benchmarking toolkits. South Africa, and particularly DBE and other stakeholders, were responsible for introducing this pilot around basic education. We will be sharing the final reports, and we hope this will actually support countries to revise their policies and strategies in terms of integrating distance education and remote education appropriately. Now, as part of the recommendations, we believe we need to equip community-based programs, entrepreneurs, and schools-based management communities to extend what government and development partners are accomplishing. It is also important to expand school re-entry programs, especially for girls. Again, this is actually one of the impact of the COVID-19 that we need to address. Develop resources to support staff and learners experiencing mental health issues. As part of the recommendations, two, develop and share contextually relevant contingency plans with different actors and stakeholders within the system. Again, what we learned from the COVID-19, education cut across all key stakeholders. We have heard from the health sector. We need the Department of Agriculture, because food is going to be one of the critical issues, especially for young children. We also need to look at the economy, because we are addressing economy. Education needs to be integrated with the thinking of the economy and the future of prioritizations as part of the economic development. Empower teachers and educators to be responsive, flexible, and innovative in finding solutions. Last but not least, collaborate with other partners and sectors to ensure a whole government approach. So this is what I wanted to share today. I would like to again to reiterate my gratitude for having been really invited for the third time. I encourage our stakeholders to continue engaging, because in the end, the future of a country depends on how much we invest in education. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we please give him a formal round of applause now? Thank you very much. Allow me to now invite Dr. M. Marupi, who will be the last speaker. Then we allow comments and discussions. The session that will be run by our DG, Ubaba Umweli. Dr. Marupi, as I'm inviting her to the podium, is the director of the World Heritage Group and the World Children's Development Forum, Honorary President of the Indian Ocean Comparative Education Societies, Honorary President of the Global Curriculum by Comparative Education Societies, and a guest professor at Beijing Normal University. She holds a PhD from the University of Chicago and a master's degree from the Pennsylvania State University. Hey, bawethu. Her career, during break, I can be schooled. I don't mind on pronouncing this word. Her career includes university teaching, lead specialist consultant for the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, leadership position in multilateral agencies such as the World Bank and UNESCO. She has extensive experience providing consultancy and advisory services to governments, regional economic communities, regional research network, ministries of education, bilateral and multilateral agencies on all levels of education, and on early childhood care and development. Her publications equally cover all these levels. Professor Marupi also serves as an advisory board of several intellectual and technical entities. Her normative work is multilateral agencies reached over 190 countries, and her intellectual and operational work covered over 80 countries across Africa, the Arab states, Asia, Europe, Eurasia, Latin America, and North America. Let's invite to the podium Dr. Marupi. Simshayele likhulu ihlombe. Hayi ngicela simphinde esakhuphuka. Lileti leli.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister of Education, Minister Hanji Motshekga, Let me recognize all the political, the intellectual, and the technical leadership of the basic education sector of the Republic of South Africa that's in this room, your partners that support you, as well as the conference organizers. Let me thank you sincerely for inviting me again to join the Lekgotla and to share my views, but also to learn a lot from you in the process of our interaction. For the past 3 Lekgotlas, I have been talking on the subject of curriculum, and I was very pleased this morning on just how much the President emphasized curriculum over and over, and the distinguished speaker who took us through from 1943 to date in 20 minutes. That's a hard act to follow, but I'm going to give it my best shot. I'm going to focus on transforming curriculum to transform education, and the main message of my contribution today is just that we underutilize curriculum, and we underutilize the power of curriculum to help us transform the education systems that we run. And I've been focusing on curriculum all these sessions of the Lekgotla because I sincerely believe that it has a lot to contribute towards attaining the intention behind this running theme of the Lekgotla, which is equipping people with competencies to thrive in a fast-changing world. The question that the Lekgotla is, the theme of the Lekgotla, I must emphasize, and I have said this before, and I will be consolidating some of my previous conversations here, but that this theme echoes a global dialogue on the readiness of education systems to prepare learners of all ages, because I hear each time people say learners, they quickly talk about pupils. But when you talk about learners within the framework of lifelong learning, then it's learners of all ages. The question that we are constantly in dialogue about is the readiness of our current education systems to prepare learners to thrive and to succeed in the fast-changing world. But at the core of this debate, there was the VUCA presentation, or the VUCA acronym that I liked. The core of this debate is that in the 21st century, change is the only constant, and the velocity of the change, the complexity of the change, makes it very difficult for education system to attain relevance or future relevance. Because when you are working in a fast-changing context, being relevant means being adaptable and being agile as this context changes. Yet the complexity in education is that too many adaptations can also make it difficult for innovations to take root, especially when you are focusing on people at the cold face of operations like teachers, that before they learn and get comfortable with what they are supposed to be doing, something new is there, and even for the learners and the parents. So change can be disruptive, as it has already been shared. The challenge of keeping up with relevance is particularly daunting because education systems, correctly or incorrectly, are notoriously known for their sluggishness to change. Education systems tend to change because of trauma, like the faster uptake of technological innovations, recently forced by COVID-19. It wasn't an external vulnerabilities that make the education system be more receptive to technological advancement. But in times of normalcy, if there is anything normal, education systems tend to be a little bit too settled. And I'm talking at a global level, not at the level of South Africa, as I always do, because that's the only thing I know. So the main issue is, if we have education systems that tend to be change resistant, and education systems that tend not to have methodologies for continuous learning, continuous self-renewal, and the building of regenerative capacity to keep up, isn't it ironic that we say something that is change resistant should prepare learners for fast-changing futures? Or something that has difficulties learning how to learn and learning how to get better at being better should prepare learners to become effective lifelong learners. I think that's, to me, the biggest irony and the biggest challenge that anybody who is in the education sector has to face and have to deal with. The call to let me go back. The basic point then is, if we want education systems to prepare learners for fast-changing world, according to the theme of this Lekgotla, then we have to transform the education systems themselves into lifelong learning systems in their own right, and into systems that are continuously developing robust methodologies to become better at being better, if I may call it that. And the Executive Secretary of ADEA just mentioned the test. But I have to say that the call to transform education systems got a phenomenal boost last September when the UN Secretary General convened the Transforming Education Summit, which is just referred to as the test. And what was also important with the test is the enormous political capital that was mobilized for education, because the test was attended by heads of state, of course, with their national teams. The test was convened, and this is acknowledged also in the vision statement of the Secretary General of the UN, within a context of the global education crisis. So it's a little bit heartwarming for me to hear the Honorable Minister being congratulated for the matric results. The world is in a global learning crisis. So when you go to a country where you hear that learning is actually improving, that's really something to say hats off, because that is not particularly easy. But the crisis, as highlighted in the UN Secretary General's statement, is manifest in inadequate and inequitable access to education, quality of education, relevance, which is the core message in the Lekgotla, which is in the Lekgotla theme, which is future relevance, limited financing, and the consequent resource limitations. And then when we do have resources in education, we are not always using them efficiently. And I talk of resources holistically to include time, which is a huge gap, resource gap, particularly for teachers and people who are managing education system. Time is a scarce resource. Time, technical resource, financing, fiscal and physical resources, all these types of resources are limited. But what is often highlighted is the fiscal resources, because money tends to buy other things, but money doesn't buy happiness in education, because we do know the many, many rich countries whose education systems are far below their economic and financial might, if I could put it that way. So very quickly, this is a heuristic that is evolving, and I shared it in 2019, not in this. I shared the idea, but not in this heuristic. But for me, when you look at the hierarchy of current challenges in education, they really are called, as we looked at what was in the Secretary General's statement, access, quality, relevance, financing, and so on and so forth. But to me, these challenges are symptoms or symptomatic of systemic malfunctionings. So if you looked at the challenges, they go in a hierarchy, and the system's functioning or malfunctioning, shall I say, is the source of the other challenges. And I want to emphasize the S in systems, that it's not just education systems that are malfunctioning, but it's the broader ecosystem of other systems that ought to support education. This morning, His Excellency spoke a lot about the economy, that if the economy is not generating jobs, it would be very difficult for that interaction between the higher level of skills demand, because skills demands that are fueled by the economy forces education systems to meet those demands. And he also mentioned the macroeconomic policies that are important in facilitating or catalyzing the growth in education. For instance, if you have foreign direct investment policies in your macroeconomic policies that encourage the attraction of investors who are at the lower end of the production chain, chances are that those types of investors are going to retard the progress of your education system because they have demand for lower rung skills. But if your foreign direct investment attracts industries that are at the higher level of the production chain, those industries will push the education system to keep improving the skills or the competencies. So macroeconomic systems can impinge on education. Health systems, if you have children who are unwell, malnourished, and so on, it's very difficult for them to learn regardless of how excellent the education system may be. The financing system, the procurement systems, all the systems that make a government system work have a huge contribution to the education system. And we've come a long way in education for ministers of finance not to look at education as an expenditure, but to see education as an investment. That took quite a lot of research and a lot of global dialogue to get us to that level. So when you look at the critical challenges, you'd realize that it is the system's malfunctionings that manifest themselves in these lower level challenges like access, relevance, equity and inclusion, and so on and so forth. Now, if you take that heuristic and go to the statement, the vision statement in the Secretary General's, the UN Secretary General in New York last September, he mentioned also that what we often present as education systems, that the challenge is far much deeper and beyond what we always present. What is really at stake is that our education systems, underlying systems, are no longer fit for purpose. And I think this is a critical statement because this raises the question, the question of relevance, which is the question that the Lekgotla theme addresses, that people who emerge out of the education systems, be they young or old, have a feeling that the system has not equipped them with competences that are required for them to succeed and thrive in fast-changing contexts. This is the statement from last September. I'd like to pause and just ask, where does South Africa stand? Where does the education system in South Africa stand? What is the feeling? What is the perception? Is the perception that the system is preparing learners and is equipping them with competences that are relevant for their future? Is your system making your learners future ready? That's a question for debate, but you know better than I on this. Now, the second set of challenges, other than the normal ones, access, quality, and so on, that the UN Secretary General convened the test under, is the underperformance of member states in meeting the SDG 4 targets. I think there are 11 targets now, and indicators which are about 45 in number. And therefore, in order to meet, to catalyze or try to accelerate progress, which we must reach by 2030, the test was all about that. And member states had extensive consultations before the test, and there were pre-test, pre-summit consultations and so on, but they've really been continuous, and before that there was the UNESCO Commission on the rethinking of education. Now, the question is how well is the purpose of education? When we say the education system is not fit for purpose, how do we define the purpose of education in South Africa? What is the process for doing so? Who defines, who participates? And where are the curriculum specialists and education specialists when this purpose is being defined, when in actual fact, we count on education specialists to then prepare the drivers who will drive this purpose, which we want the education system to be fit for. This is a question that, again, you know better than I. But by focusing on attainment of the SDG 4 targets and indicators, you could see that the test moved from the previous statement that is made that education systems are not fit for purpose to now what can we do to accelerate progress towards SDG 4. This is well and good, but member states like yourselves, like South Africa, have to implement the entire education system that has to serve national purposes, as well as geopolitical strategic positioning of the country regionally and globally. So for a country, the purpose for education is far much broader than SDG 4. I have nothing against SDG 4, but what I want to highlight is that the internationally agreed goals are normally far thinner, far narrower than the whole scope of what a country has to deal with when it asks the question, does our education system prepare learners for fast-changing futures? And now we see like a big cloud, this big system, trickling into drops of 5 thematic areas that were then picked pre-summit to engage member states with an intention to use these as the catalyst, as the levers to leverage the fast tracking of progress towards SDG 4. So the movement moved from the system to SDG 4. And if you look at the post-test calls for action, there are 6 calls for action to focus on education in crisis, accelerate addressing the global learning crisis, transforming the world, maybe just heavily about greening education or the climate change, digital learning, advancing equality in gender equality and financing. These were the 6 calls for action that the member states, I'm sure the minister was there, agreed on as the key areas, the 6 action points that they will collaboratively pursue. However, as you pursue these 6 points, which are what is agreed in the UN summit in the test, the country like South Africa still has to pursue everything else that is systemic. And this is where I'm going to head towards. And if you look at each of these calls for action, curriculum permeates each one of them. I just don't have time because I don't want the MEC to come to see me soon, to pay me a good visit. But I want to also focus and say, I can understand why in the pre-test and post-test, there was more and more narrowing of the focus into what can we do to accelerate progress towards SDG 4. Because education systems, I think in many countries, the health and the education systems are the two biggest sectors, and they are unwieldy and complex, and therefore transforming education needs to have very clear strategic entry points. Preferably entry points that have domino effect, that if you tip it, it will knock down other dominoes. I don't know what those strategic entry points in South Africa are, and perhaps you already have them very clearly defined. And if they are clearly defined, you know which ones gives you a bang for your buck, so to speak. Now, I want to go further and say, in looking at these strategic entry points, the first are policies. I really like the tour de force of the policies, strategic policies in South Africa since 1943, because it really gives you a positioning of where the country has been going in education. That was really educative, sir. Thank you very much. But policies are dormant, quiet documents unless they are implemented or they are operationalized. And in terms of operationalization, curriculum is one of those operational tools that I, in my experience, and perhaps in my bias, has the biggest domino effect in terms of touching multiple elements of a system, of an education system, that if you transform your curriculum, it's just simply going to force you to transform so many other aspects of an education system. So I want to propose a closer look, and this is why I'm saying curriculum is underutilized for its potential transformative power that is systemic beyond the curriculum. You will remember I shared with you this future global competence framework, but I also read that we are going to discuss the South Africa competence framework, and I'm quite looking forward to it. So when it comes to matters of relevance, as I said, we look to curriculum for its potential transformative effect. Because when we say that an education system fails to equip learners with competences that will prepare them to succeed and thrive in fast-changing futures, in a nutshell, what we are saying is that the curriculum of that system does not encapsulate competencies that learners must be enabled to acquire or to develop. That's really the crux of it. So the future relevance of education starts with policies, but it really rests in how we design our curricula, how do we develop our curricula, and how do we implement. So if the design and the development were good, curricula can still go down during implementation, and you will remember I shared with you during the 2021 Lekgotla, this slippery downward slope of the curriculum continuum, that a good official curriculum can keep going down in its implementation, so much that the original idea was good, but its execution went down. But we discussed this very in detail in 2021, so I'm not going to spend time on this. All I want to focus on is that when you transform curriculum, and I'm going to take just one example, it forces you to transform teachers. Because if you cannot transform teachers, you are sure that curriculum will not be implemented. Teachers will continue to teach what they know. But you are also going to transform teaching. You are going to transform learners, the learning. you have to deal with assessment, you have to deal with the infrastructure when you add certain subjects or certain learning areas to your curriculum. You have to provide laboratories, you have to provide equipment, you have to provide consumables, so touching the curriculum is like touching the heart or the pulse of an education system, and it just radiates out into the system. And you would recall in 2019 when I talked about curriculum as a key cost driver in education, short of the number of learners you have, which drives the costs of education. The curriculum really determines the cost, the resource requirements of an education system. And this includes, oh, I'm intimidated by a man now. That's serious, sir. I feel protected. If I'm saying I'm intimidated by a man, everybody's gonna protect me. But anyway, I withdraw. Anyway, because of this, and if you look at any education system, we keep saying teachers are the biggest cost driver, but your demand for teachers comes from the nature of your curriculum. And the financing, the management, higher education systems, other systems have to support the curriculum. What is also powerful about curriculum is when we talk about relevance, which is the theme of this Lekgotla, curriculum impels you to engage the broader ecosystem, the economy, the social sector, the industry, the world of work, and every other. So if we are seriously transforming curriculum, we will be forced to step out of the education sector and work with multiple other sectors that should inform and support the future relevance of education. The question is, in South Africa, do we have a clear mapping of these ecosystems that should inform the future relevance of education now as a time slice, but the continuity of that relevance, which is then sustaining the relevance, which calls from the regenerative capacity of an education system. Again, I cannot answer this, but if we are going to engage in curriculum transformation, because it forces us to transform education, we need to identify pulse points for curriculum transformation. And each country has different pulse points because each country is a different context. So this is all I want to do before Dr. Matanzi Mattel throws me off this stage. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Re a leboga Ausman Tsetsa. Thank you very much, Dr. Marope. I feel very bad, Minister, that we have such prolific speakers and we just allot them 20 minutes. It reminded me of something in the PFMA, they say fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I take full responsibility for this mess. We should have allocated you more time, Dr. Lubisi, honestly. But I'm sure you'll be available again in future, like Dr. Marope, when we call on her. She travels over the seas, and we afford her also the opportunity to come back home because she comes from here. Ke ausi wa rona mo Botswana. Melelwane ya rona ke e dirilwe ke batho ba re sa ba itseng, so we are very happy to see you. Thank you very much to all the speakers. They've really been wonderful. And I want to welcome all of you to the whole new world. The Whole New World, Dr. Lubisi. The version of the song that I like is the one sung by Peebo Bryson and Regina Bell. When you were talking about a whole new world, I felt like I could play that song. It was just ringing, throughout. Okay, I've been tasked to facilitate brief questions and comments, which I'm going to do in about 10 minutes. I'm inviting comments and questions. The in-person audience is still pondering. Maybe we must go straight to those that are on the virtual space and check whether there's anyone who's ready with a comment or question. We only have 10 minutes to do that. Trying to cast my eyes across the room, I don't see anything. There's no there's a hand here. Let me try, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we have for now. Let's go for it. From here. The roving mics, please. Those who are helping us with the roving mics. What has happened to the team that has been supporting us on the floor? Where is the roving mic? Zinhle? Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get them quickly. Let's get the next one to number 2. We only have 10 minutes.
Hello.
Which means each of us has got less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes or less. Okay. Let's go for it, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, Program Director. My name is Khomotso Mapalani.
Thank you.
Minister Meenji, I'm sitting here listening to the President, who has passion to education, and praising you as the Minister for good work that you have been doing in education. He made an example of a chicken mother with his little chicks. When one is missing, goes out and look for it. From 2019 to date, my minor son, he's subjected to abuse, racism, discrimination, and assault in primary schools. He's suspended by the HOD from last year up to now. I left him at home. SACE has failed me. The HOD has failed me. I feel SACE, HOD, and the schools, they are in collaboration to get rid of my son. Recently, my son has been diagnosed with major depressive disorder following on a childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, Khomotso, thank you very much. Number 2, let's take number 2. Number 2 is over there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Buti. I'm coming from the organization Blind SA. I'm situated in Pretoria. Let me acknowledge all the achelas present, the MEC, Meenji Mother. Meenji, we've, as Blind SA and the Department of Social Development, we are sitting with a database of children with disabilities who are not at school as we speak. We have children as we speak who we don't know if which school will they qualify. We only, if possible, need a place of safety for those children because of that the child cannot move, he can't speak, he can't see, he can't talk. If you need, the only thing that moves in the child is that's the blinking of the eyes. And we are sitting with that. I feel emotional when talking about such matters. That's why I also would request that be afforded as the Blind SA an opportunity or a platform where we'll send the database of those children. Let me talk about the children in the all stream schools, whereby the schools, when we say there is a child there in the school, I will not mention the name of the school, with a visual impairment, and that child needs to be taken out of the school and put in a relevant school, or as Blind SA, we want to assist and orientate teachers, or some of the teachers, to have the skill of Braille so that they can assist those children. Those schools are not cooperating with us. So we want a way forward, Angie. So what to do and how are you going to intervene to assist that we assist those children that they be in a relevant and right place at the right time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Straightforward issues. Learners with special education needs who are not placed in any institution. We'll deal with that. Number 3, where was number 3? Is it here? Number 3? Number 1 is a learner who's been suspended since last year. I think that one is fairly straightforward. Mrs. Geyer will take that one. You are not going to respond, you'll just take that matter. We'll deal with it accordingly. Link up with the province, and then you'll see Aus Khomotso to give you more details. Learners with special education needs that are not placed. Dr. Similani, where are you? And where is Dr. Similani? Or Mr. Ngobo? Not the HOD from KZN. Mr. Ngobo, Director for Inclusive Education. You deal with that matter. You meet with a colleague, we get the details, we follow that up, we link them to schools that are closer to them, and we resolve those issues. Number 3.
No, thank you very much. Thank you, DG.
Oh, is it the chair of the portfolio committee?
Thank you very much, DG.
Molo chair. Okay.
DG, I must say the presentation were very inspirational, all of them. But I've got just a few issues to raise with Dr. Marope on her presentation. She has mentioned that the states of the UN are sluggish with indicators of the SDG Goal 4. Now, in her view, what can our country do to fast track the SDG Goal 4? And what makes the member states to be sluggish? And who accesses the member states? Sorry for questioning, you know that's my role, like so I'm questioning. But also, lastly, where is the report accessible so that as the country, particularly as politicians, we can interact with the contents of the SDG report? Thank you very much, teacher.
Thank you, Chair. The last one for the day, I had noted 4 hands. and some mushroomed in the course of affording the people the opportunity to just ask comments and questions.
No, Chair, thank you very much. My question is directed to Dr. Manyike. He clearly articulated the challenge we're having in the sector, where your NCV articulation with our qualification NCS is not there. I thought coming from the HRDC would sponsor a possible solution to that challenge we are facing, where our learners in the technical stream are forced to repeat the same, similar maybe qualification at NCV level 2, once they come from NCV level 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Those are the only 2 points that are directed at the speakers that we've heard. The first one is to Dr. Marope, questions that are raised about realizing the Sustainable Development Goal, number 4, and our inability to move as fast as we can, as asked by the chair of the Portfolio Committee, and also asking about the accessibility of the report to look at where we are as a country. But I'm sure Mr. Mokoebo, also as the Secretary General of UNESCO in the country, could also help with that. The second one, it's about Dr. Manyika, the issues of articulation. How can we provide a solution to that? Otherwise, I think those are the 2 points only. Dr. Marope, you want to come over to the podium? Oh, let's give the mic to Dr. Marope.
Hey, thank you very much for the questions. The last question, where the report is about South Africa and where it is relative to the SDG 4 targets and indicators, I think the DG has already answered that the answer lies with him. About the report, I mean. But clearly you can find that report with the UNESCO Commission, but it's not the UNESCO Commission only. The Department of Basic Education knows where it is relative to the indicators and targets, so that I cannot answer. The question why member states are slow to attain the indicators, it's because the demands of these indicators are quite huge. The member states agreed to implement the certain actions in their countries in order to reach these indicators. But different countries come from different floors. When you set targets, you have to consider the floor and ceiling effect. For countries that were already close to the ceiling, they are okay. But for countries that came from a very deep floor, it's quite a huge stride. And the compounded factor is that invariably it's the low income, the low and middle income countries that have all sorts of resource challenges, not just financial resources, but technical capacities in terms of resources to be able to deliver on these internationally agreed goals. So before I retired from UNESCO, when we are actually learning from the process of setting targets for EFA goals, with the SDGs, it was agreed that countries should set their own targets based on where they are from the ceiling going up. So even when we say the progress is slow, we are talking about the global progress relative to what the aggregate progress that has been set. But the challenge is resourcing also, because a lot of promises that were made, particularly to LICS and MIX, and if you look at the TESS reports, you will see that highlighted. that the lot of promises that were made to support those poor countries, the finances didn't come through as at the level at which they were expected, and COVID-19 closed the door quite substantially in terms of the amount of resources that rich countries could afford to offer the countries that need that support. So there are multiple reasons why countries are slow. What can be done is exactly what the UN Secretary General recently did and what the member states themselves did. There's a lot of consultative process on what can we do, just that very question. And this is where I showed you the 6 action points, the 5 thematic tracks that member states agreed they should focus on them in order to accelerate progress. And then after the test, the 6 action points that member states have agreed to push in order to accelerate. So the actions have, the actions are already agreed. And I shared with them, sorry, we have to talk so fast and put so little detail with these 20 minutes, blah, blah. I hope I addressed your questions. Thank you.
No, you have. Some of it you also answered when you presented to say education systems themselves are very sluggish. They are not keen to move fast. And if you push them from outside, like what COVID did, it's when they start moving. Yeah. No, thank you, Dr. Marope. Dr. Manyika?
Thank you, DG. Yeah, here at the back. Thank you for the question as well. I did try and want to sponsor some solution. And of course, I emphasize the importance of the three streams model as an intervention that is going on. And of course, we do understand that there is a need for scale up more and to move faster. There is what I also mentioned, a social compact that NECT is leading. And most of the issues that I highlighted as challenges, they are in the social compact that the NECT is running. And in that NECT social compact, it's where it's calling social partners because, like you said, this is an issue that needs to bring different social partners together. It's not only an issue of a DBE sector. So it might be that it could look like we are not doing anything, but there is something happening. And with time, I think this issue with policies, it will be addressed and we will get to a point where we address this wastage within the system. So my solution that perhaps I can sponsor is let us support the social compact that NECT is running, and it contains some of the solutions that we are looking for. So if social partners can get together and support the social compact, most of these issues are going to be addressed within that social compact. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manyeke. I also think that part of the solution would be, in fact, I was discussing with Dr. Lubisi when you were presenting that the TVET college sector should move to NQF level 5 and 6 so that you have schooling and post-schooling, you know? And you've indicated that TVET colleges are saying those who finish grade 9 who come to the colleges are struggling. Why don't we clinically say schooling is schooling, post-schooling is then from NQF level 5. Because currently, the NCV programs are at NQF level 4. Apart from the fact that they might be attracting those that are not coping with the demands of the curriculum, they are not serving the country well. Just imagine if we were to have 55 campuses that are going to reduce the pressure from universities to absorb those who will be coming from schooling. And then you even increase the number of those campuses to over 100, so that you've got TVET colleges that are operating from NQF level 5 and some up to NQF level 6, working with universities and so on. I think that could be part of the solution. That would even make TVET colleges more attractive to young people who finish grade 12 at NQF level 4. At the moment, I mean, if you finish grade 12, you go to a TVET college, it's a waste of time and resources of the state. It's something that we need to engage with the Department of Higher Education and Training. I think it would go a long way in providing solution to structural problems of the architecture of our education system in the country, so that they operate at NQF level 5 and NQF level 6. In fact, most people don't know that TVET colleges operate at the same level as our high schools, NQF level 4. So if you take them to NQF level 5, at least schooling will then be preparing young people for both TVET colleges and universities, and it will go a long way in reducing pressure from universities. Okay, I hope, is there anything from the virtual space? Virtual space? Okay, we're going to proceed. MEC, you are done. We will then have to proceed with the next group, and I'm inviting you, MEC, to come and then help us to proceed. Let's give MEC a big hand of applause, MEC Fraser. And thank you to our speakers for the first session. Thank you to those who offered comments and questions. And please, Mrs. Geyer, let's follow up on the issue of the learner who's been at home since last year, and then the issue of learners with special education needs. Dr. Simelane, let's please take that up immediately. MEC? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Let's also give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, DG. We are now proceeding to our next presenter, Dr. S. Taylor. As I'm inviting him to the podium, let me give you a brief introduction. Is he with us or he's virtual? He's here. Thank you. Stephen Taylor is the Director of Research, Monitoring and Evaluation in the South African Department of Basic Education. Since 2007, he has been doing research on education in South Africa and the surroundings region, with a focus on the links between education and economic development. He has been a principal investigator on several large-scale evaluations, including the early grade reading study. His academic work focuses on the impact evaluation of education interventions, measuring educational performance and equity in educational outcomes. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Stellenbosch. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause as he's joining us on the stage. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, MEC. Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, and everyone in the sector. My job is to speak about the School Monitoring Survey of 2022. It was a survey conducted last year in 2022, and we're currently in the process as the DBE of finalizing it. This is somewhat of a preview, a bit of a trailer attraction, if you like. We probably will be launching these results publicly in about May, I would estimate. And so this is to whet your appetite and to make you aware of this survey, which is soon to be released. The background to the survey is the action plan, the department's, or actually the sector's 5-year plan for basic education. You may know that the sector plan, known as the Action Plan to 2024, has 27 goals for the sector. Now that's a lot of goals, it's quite a lot to keep in mind. But to simplify it, there are 2 groups of goals in the action plan. The first 13 goals all have to do with learning and schooling outcomes. These are things like improving access to ECD, completion rates of high school, learning outcomes at grade 3, grade 6, at grade 9, and at the grade 12 level. And to summarize the performance of the sector over the long run, over the last 20 or more years, basically it's fair to say we've been improving on all of these kinds of outcomes. We've been improving the participation in ECD opportunities, we've been improving the completion rates of primary school, of grade 9, of grade 12. The NSC results have been consistently improving over the years. To the point where we tend, again in 2022, we saw more passes, more bachelor passes than ever before. So the long-term trend in terms of outcomes certainly is positive. Of course, there are concerns about the impact of the pandemic, especially around early learning outcomes. But the goals 14 to 27 are all about how we are going to improve those learning outcome goals. These are about the kind of interventions and programs that the sector does to improve the outcomes that we are targeting. There are things like improving the health and well-being of our children, improving the quality of school management, improving access to textbooks and workbooks, the quality of school infrastructure, and you can see the list of goals over there. And so it's really important for us in the sector to monitor progress against those goals, not only the ultimate learning outcome goals. And that's what the School Monitoring Survey is all about. The 2022 School Monitoring Survey is actually the 3rd of its kind. In 2011, we did the first School Monitoring Survey, and in 2017, we did the second one. The reports are available on the website, so you can read those to get a sense of what's been done in the past and to start to look ahead to what will be the trends going forward as we prepare to release those. As in the past, the current School Monitoring Survey is a nationally representative and a provincially representative sample survey, very large sample survey of about 2,000 schools around the country. And these have reported on the various action plan indicators. So the 2022 School Monitoring Survey, there's a qualitative component which I'm not really going to highlight too much in this presentation, where we looked at just 90 schools where we did lesson observations at the grade 3 level. But the major component of this survey is a quantitative survey in 1,000 schools that offer grade 6 and 1,000 schools that offer grade 12. So those 2 groups of schools roughly approximate primary and secondary schools. But of course, not every school fits the category of primary or secondary school. We have intermediate schools and combined schools and so on. The survey focuses on 12 of the action plan indicators. As far as possible, we try to compare the outcomes to 2017 and 2011. And we really focus hard on doing that in a methodologically valid way, so that those comparisons actually mean something and give us the trends in the sector. Over and above the action plan indicators, we've also focused through this survey on 8 additional focus areas. And I'll show those areas to you in a moment. But these are the 12 action plan indicators that are going to be the main focus of the School Monitoring Survey. And you'll see that these are really relevant and important kind of intermediate outcomes in the sector that the department believes will drive the ultimate learning improvements that we are wanting to see in the country. So the first one is the percentage of schools where all allocated teaching posts are filled. The second one that we're looking at is the average hours per year spent by teachers on professional development activities. The third one is the percentage of teachers absent from school on an average day. Fourth is the percentage of learners with access to all the required textbooks and workbooks. Number 5, the percentage of learners in schools with a library or a media center fulfilling the minimum standards. Number 6, the percentage of schools producing the minimum set of management documents at the required standard, so one way of assessing the quality of school management. Number 7, the percentage of schools where the governing body meets the minimum criteria of effectiveness. Number 8, the percentage of percentage of learners in schools that are funded at the minimum level. Number 9, the percentage of schools complying with nationally determined minimum physical infrastructure standards. Number 10, the percentage of schools with at least one educator who has received specialized training in the identification and support of children with special needs. Number 11, the percentage of schools visited at least twice a year by district officials for monitoring and support purposes. And number 12 is also about district support, looking at the percentage of school principals who are satisfied with the quality of district support they receive. So those are the 12 action plan indicators that are going to be sort of the headline focus of the survey. But with each of these, we collect a lot of additional information to paint the picture in a bit more detail. So it's not just these specific indicators. We collect a lot of background information to facilitate a holistic analysis of these issues. Then the 8 additional areas of focus in this year's school monitoring survey are these. Firstly, issues around school safety, things like reports of incidents of violence or bullying at school, focusing on issues of decolonization and in particular attitudes and beliefs of teachers and principals around history. Also looking at the use of assessments in schools, focusing on grade R issues, especially focusing on at the grade 3 level issues of reading in schools, the experience of schools and teachers with the education assistance that have been provided to almost all schools through the Basic Education Employment Initiative. We're also focusing on the impacts of the pandemic, and lastly, issues around inclusive education. So those are the 8 additional focus areas. Just to say, in terms of the progress of the project, we're on the final phases of this project, which is around the data analysis, the write-up of the reports, and we're anticipating the launch to be public in about May, but we still need to set an exact date for that. We are working with a service provider who has done the data collection and is busy finalizing the reports for us. So let me give you a very quick preview of some of the results, just some highlights from 5 of the action plan indicators. But I'm going to do what the DG, I think, does in the technical briefing for the NSC results, where you show provincial results and things, but you avoid the national pass rate. Okay, so you can kind of work out some of what's going on here, but I'm not going to give the kind of national headline statistics for any of these indicators, and as I say, I'm just showing you for 5 of them. So the first one to show you a little bit of is the percentage of schools where all allocated teaching posts are filled. It's important to note that this is not the percentage of teaching posts that are filled, it's the percentage of schools where all posts are filled. And what you can see here is that between 2017 and 2022, we see relatively stable trends across the sector, which I think is actually a positive thing in a way, because I know the sector's under quite a lot of financial pressure in the last few years. So for schools to keep filling posts at a similar rate to what was the case in 2017, given the current financial pressures on the system, that's probably a good thing. If we look at the percentage of schools producing the minimum set of management documents, we look at these 10 management documents that schools have, and we see which percentage of schools had these documents available. What you can see is that some documents like the academic performance report and things like attendance registers of educators, these are almost universally present in schools. Others are less universally present, things like textbook and other asset registers. When you look at the percentage of schools with all of these 10 in place, obviously the overall stat will be a bit lower, and that's what you see here. Quite a bit of variation across provinces, and I would say again, probably relatively stable trends mostly between 2011, 2017, and 2022. This is the percentage of schools with all 10 of those documents available. Then if we look at the percentage of schools with at least one educator who has received training in identifying and supporting learners with special needs or learning barriers, we see, again, relatively stable trends in most provinces between 2017 and 2022, but some provinces are lagging behind. In this case, Eastern Cape and Limpopo seem to have fewer schools where at least one teacher has been trained in this. For the percentage of schools visited at least twice a year by district officials for monitoring and support purposes, here we've broken it down by school quintile. And just to say, in the report, you'll see generally for each of these indicators, we'll break it down by year, by quintile, by province. So quite a lot of analysis will be there. I'm just showing you some of the highlights. And here what we see is, interestingly, more visits in secondary schools than primary schools. And we see more visits in quintile 4 and 5 schools than in the quintile 1 to 3 schools. One might have expected the opposite, but this is what appears to be the case. And then this shows the same thing over time and by province. And again, relatively stable trends. The sector's been quite stable in the kind of volume of district level support offered to schools, but again, some variation across provinces. The last indicator to show you is the percentage of schools who are satisfied with the quality of district support they've received. Again, variation across province, but perhaps encouraging to see quite a significant improvement in principal satisfaction in the Eastern Cape and in Limpopo since 2017. So that's the trailer. Those are the highlights I'm just going to show you to give you a sense of what's to come. We are going to be launching these results soon, so this is to serve the purpose of whetting your appetite, giving you a sense of what to look forward to. Some of the other indicators that I haven't yet included here are probably also very interesting and important to follow. You can read in the meantime the previous reports to make sure you've watched sort of episodes 1 and 2 before we get to episode 3 in May. And look forward to the forthcoming reports. Please look out for it. Just to say also that the actual data underlying the survey is something that the department has, and we do make it available to researchers upon request. We would welcome provincial departments and other organizations using the underlying data for research. So aside from reading the public reports, the data is there to serve the sector well beyond just the release of these reports. So I hope that is interesting for you to note, and please do follow the survey as it gets released later this year. Thank you very much. Back to you, MEC.
Thank you very much. Can we please give him a round of applause for saving us some few minutes? The next presenters now are going to take only 10 minutes each. It's two of them. It's Professor L. Kluver and Professor E. Tosca, while they are coming to the podium, allow me to briefly introduce them. Lucy Kluver is a professor at Oxford University and at the University of Cape Town. She works closely with the superb team of partners, postdoctoral, doctoral, and master's researchers. Together, they collaborate with the South African government. They also collaborate with UNICEF, World Food Programme, UNAIDS, USAID, PEPFAR, and CDC. Also the UNDP, IAS, the World Health Organization, and Global Fund, with the Global Partnership to End Violence Against Children and with other international NGOs to provide evidence that can improve the lives of children and adolescents in Sub-Saharan Africa. Lucy is the PI of the UCRI GCRF Accelerate Hub, with the goal of accelerating achievement for Africa's adolescents across the SDGs. Then allow me to continue with Tosca. Associate Professor Ilona Tosca is an adolescent health researcher at the Center for Social Science Research at the University of Cape Town. Her research focuses on the identifying ways to support adolescents and young people, including adolescents living with HIV and adolescents' parents, to have safe and healthy relationship with people in their lives, in their partners, caregivers, teachers, and healthcare providers. Allow me to call these two ladies to come and address us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we are truly honoured to be here. Could we have our slides, please? Every year, the South African cliff swallows make an incredible journey. They fly from the mountains of Democratic Republic of Congo, 2,500 kilometers, to make their nests in Gauteng. They take flocks of 800 birds at a time, bringing along the smallest and most vulnerable through challenges and predators. And we look at this and marvel. But what you do as the Department of Basic Education and partners is far more amazing. You bring 22 million children and teenagers every year through an education system, despite all the challenges that they face in their daily lives. And it's those children, those ones facing the greatest challenges, who we're going to talk about today.
Thank you, Lucy, and thank you, everyone. We will focus today on 3 groups of children and adolescents in South Africa that may be struggling more than others to remain in school, which is one of the things that we really want to do in partnership between the DB and all the other partners here, so that they can benefit from the curriculum and the transformed work that you are doing. First, the one that has really, the crisis that has hit us most recently is that of COVID-associated orphanhood. More than 10.5 million children have experienced the death of a caregiver, which could be a biological parent or a grandparent or another family member due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In South Africa, we estimate that 285,000 children have lost a primary caregiver due to COVID, and you can see the provincial distribution in this map. A second group are children and adolescents who are living with a chronic illness, and
in the South African context, this is particularly those who are living with HIV. This is quite a complex graph, looking at data from 1,000 adolescents living with HIV in the Eastern Cape. This is a long-term study done in partnership with provincial partners, including DBE in the Eastern Cape. And what we see on the left is that in the box in red, those adolescents living with HIV experience multiple negative health experiences, physical health, mental health, and potential cognitive challenges, which make them need to go to the clinics more often and miss school, but also struggle with repeating grades. And last but not least, and this is where some of these matters come together, is the issue of adolescent motherhood. In South Africa, 1 in 3 adolescent girls and young women become mothers during the second decade of life. Thank you. And 1/3 to 1 in 2 of them, half of them, do not return to school. And as you may know, due to service interruptions from the COVID-19 pandemic, we have experienced an increase in unintended, unplanned pregnancies. And in the younger adolescents, 10 to 14-year-olds, we've documented a 49% increase. This is data from national birthing records.
And of course, these 3 challenges and others are not separate, but rather interlinked. And we also see interlinked pathways of risk, which challenge these young people in the educational outcomes, the very ones that we are struggling to get them to achieve. But what we want to talk to you about today is the research and evidence of what we can do to support that.
Thank you, Lucy. We've been working for a long time with government partners and with Department of Basic Education colleagues in this room, and we'll share with you some data from 3 studies in South Africa. The Banakekeli, or Young Carer Study, which was a large cohort of over 6,000 children and their caregivers in 3 provinces. The Mzansi-Wako Study from the Eastern Cape, and the Hey Baby Study, a cohort of adolescent mothers and their children. And we've done this not just through large quantitative cohort studies, but also by talking to adolescents and young people themselves for the last 15 years. Many of you, like I do, may feel like a 17-year-old with a few decades of experience, and you feel like you may know what it's like to be a teenager, but actually we've all forgotten what it means to be a young person and how they experience, and a child, of course, how they experience the challenges at home, at school, and in the community. So we've partnered with a wonderful team at the National Department of Basic Education who we've seen today, and we're really grateful to have been able to prioritize some of this analysis that we'll share with you in the next few slides.
And so what we're going to show you is a combination of these learnings. You're seeing here colleagues who came down from basic education. These are in the Eastern Cape talking to young mothers about what would support them to return to school. But combining that with the quantitative evidence from over 10,000 adolescents and children to help us really understand. And this is what we are finding. The first thing that we are finding is that if children and adolescents go to a school which is safe, this is a school where there is no teacher violence and no pupil violence against them, we see substantial positive outcomes. We see a 17% reduction in abuse. We see a 12% improvement in their mental health, a 9% improvement in their school progression, and reductions in violence victimization and perpetration. But when we combine that safe school with 2 other factors, we see a massive increase in improvements. If a child or adolescent can go to a safe school and also receive a child support grant and have a parent who has had support to look after them in a positive way and monitor what they're doing, we see greater reductions. We see abuse going down by 50%. We see school progression improving by 34%, and we also see new outcomes, retention in HIV care, reductions in sex without a condom, reductions and further reductions in violence prevention. If we look at our adolescent mothers, in this study we looked at many different things which might support them to prevent having a next pregnancy and interrupting their school career. One of the strongest predictors for this was having enough to eat. Having a grant which provided them and their child with enough to eat in the past week predicted substantial reductions in transactional sex and sugar daddies, in dropping out of school, and in having risky sex and alcohol use. For adolescent mothers, we've found another crucial predictor. We found that those adolescent mothers who can access an ECD center for their children have incredible improvements in their education. We see an improvement of 13% in their grade progression. We see an improvement of 25% in their enrollment in school or tertiary education. We see an improvement of 8% in their future goals. But that's not all. We see that they are able to be better parents. We see that their 10% improvement in their stimulation of their children through playful activities. We see an improvement in their supportive and limit-setting parent. And we see an improvement in their children's cognitive development, leading to their improved outcomes.
I hope you can hear me okay, because we're switching. We brought some of this analysis together to think about a recent policy that you have all been putting together. It's a really visionary policy on the prevention and management of learner pregnancies. And it has 3 goals. Support an adolescent mother who's a learner to return to school, support their progression to completion, and prevent HIV and time future pregnancies when they're ready. So we brought this data together from the prior slides, and we see that 4 components were critical to helping us reach not each of these goals individually, but all 3. Supporting the adolescent learner, the mother learner, to stay in school during pregnancy as long as it's safe and healthy, access to formal childcare, and these were not childcare centers that were very fancy or luxurious. This is what young mothers were accessing already in the communities that they lived in. Building the young mothers' confidence and supporting them to access youth-friendly services. So all of these slides so far are different types of data from a large number of adolescents and children in South Africa, showing us that making schools safer for these high-risk swallows or young people can really have an impact not just on SDG 4. I appreciated the point earlier that our priorities can cross multiple SDGs and domains, but also in preventing pregnancy, gender equality-related indicators. But the impact is much greater when the work that you are all doing within schools can be layered and combined with economic support, supportive parenting, access to childcare for pregnant and mothering learners, psychosocial support, and respectful healthcare.
But what can we do as the Department of Basic Education and partners to support this? Well,
Lucy wanted me to say this because this is one of my passions. Almost every analysis that we do in our data sets for the last couple of decades show that how young people feel that they're treated when they're trying to access health services is one of the strongest predictors of how they act when it comes to using condoms, accessing HIV testing, and safe sexual practices. So the Integrated School Health Policy, one of your really flagship documents, provides opportunities to bring, through nurses, these services to schools. And this can be through nurses that move from, cover a certain number of schools, like some of the nurses in the Eastern Cape that we worked with, where they will travel, sometimes using money out of their own pocket to visit schools and support learners there to access contraception in the facility that they are usually based at. There's also the case of learner support agents and teaching assistants. Now, not everyone here has had learner support agents, but in the Eastern Cape, where we had the opportunity to connect with a cohort of them during our research, we heard of really brilliant examples of how they were the bridge between not only supporting young people within the school system, but also connecting to that social worker in the community or that psychologist in the hospital and bring those young people who were the most vulnerable to them when they needed the extra care.
We also know that parents are a crucial part of supporting children and young people. There is an enormous evidence base for parenting programs' effectiveness, 400 randomized trials in a recent WHO review. But until now, these have been far too expensive and resource intensive to deliver at the scale that we need to our 22 million children. COVID has changed that. We keep hearing about a digital revolution, but these parenting programs, this is a WHO and UNICEF program, is now available in an offline-first app version for low-cost phones in multiple South African languages and is open source and free. There are new opportunities for us. We also have a new opportunity as ECD increasingly becomes embedded within our basic education system to think about linkages for adolescent mothers and their children, to support not only adolescent mothers' education, but their long-term prospects of their children. And so our support can be both within the school system, but also provided by our new cohort of teaching and learning assistants, and through referrals and linkages. And so, when we walk outside of this meeting today, and we look up, we might see one of those South African cliff swallows flying over the skies of Sandton, and think about what we are doing, the evidence, and all that you have done to support the most vulnerable in our system. Thank you.
Well said indeed. The success of our education system depends on the extent to which we're able to provide support for our most vulnerable. Thank you very much, Professor Tluva and Professor Tosca. I like the tango. I really liked it, CEO, NECT. I'm going to try it when we go back to the department, so that I do it with Dr. Stephen Taylor. He presents, you know, a bit of this. I come in and do that, take a gulp of fresh air, and then look at what he's doing, and then come in. I really liked it. Give them a big hand of applause. Yeah, anyone who doubted that we don't run education from common sense, there you have it. It's evidence-based. We believe on research. Decisions that we make must be supported by empirical evidence. If they are not found anywhere in education, unfortunately, Minister Mutsara won't entertain them. So we are available for comments and questions. The opportunity is here, going. It's actually gone for the in-person platform. On the virtual platform, you see, there are others who think about, you know, asking a question or something. Maybe we need to give them more time. We've got one here.
Okay, good day, sir. My name is Andy Ramarake. I'm a counseling psychologist and I'm employed as a trauma counselor. I just want to stress on the matter that in schools, please take it seriously that to the minister, Minister Angie Motshekga, the issue with employing occupational therapists and psychologists at school, please take it seriously because the volume of violence and depression and so forth of mental issues of social ills is like escalating. I just want to add on that.
Very important point. But the actual authorities that appoint those people are just sitting on that table where you are. They are called HODs.
To them.
By law. I know that many South Africans are of the view that a minister should do everything. Unfortunately, it's these guys who are called HODs. You see, one of them is sitting, in fact, two of them, if not three, are sitting close to where you are. We need more psychologists, we need more social workers, but they will tell you that National Treasury is taking even the little bit that they are supposed to use to make sure that there's a teacher in every class for every learner. And these are some of the challenges. But a valid point indeed. If we don't provide for these services that we desperately need, in the long run, we'll be dealing with a bigger problem in society. It's a reality. It's a very important point. Okay, good. Yeah. I'm going to again invite the Honorable MEC to just take us to lunch. The last, very last slot of the next we'll go slightly over the time that was scheduled for lunch. Can you give the MEC a big hand of applause? There was a phone, there was a Pambi there, I think. Yeah. Okay, maybe you can call them to come upstage. Yeah.
Okay. And what do we do? We introduce them. And okay. While I'm still introducing them,
Yeah. Can I request the organizing team to get us 3 more chairs upstage, because we're now going to deal with a panel. 3 more chairs, as the MEC will be calling the panelists to come upstage. MEC?
Thank you. Thank you, DG. While we are still arranging the sitting, allow me to formally introduce them so that by the time they come here, they just continue with what they are supposed to be doing here. Thank you very much. Minister, allow me to introduce Miss M. Sally. The second one will be Professor S. van der Berg. The third one will be Miss G. Matlape. The next one will be Miss S. Maraj. The next one and the last one will be Miss P. Krume. My apology if I'm not pronouncing the surnames correctly. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Amalona wabo. Amabhayo abo amanye awalokhonjekile kahle. Yeah, so let me start with Ms. Sally. Okay. Thank you. Professor Thank you. So that we don't confuse things, allow me to invite Miss Elizabeth Nina Dalvi, who is going to be facilitating this on this session. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know that this session is the last session before lunch, so we'll try and keep it as energetic and lively as possible. I'm honored to be facilitating this session. The first part of the session was going to be an address by the Finnish Ambassador for Education. She's just running a little bit late and is in another parallel session here with the EU. But I'm going to ask the panelists to come up on stage. This session is on foundations for learning. And there's been a lot of discussion about how important those foundational learning is for future learning. Learning is cumulative. So starting with the good basis is important, not just in the first 4 years of school when we expect learners to be able to read for meaning, but also the first 5 years of a child's life, when it's a critical period where 90% of brain growth is actually developed. And it's also a critical time in terms of early stimulation, adequate health and nutrition, that children are free from stress, that they're also given opportunities to play and learn. And if they don't get these inputs, it can lead to just disadvantage through their life. And this session is really about taking stock of where we are in South Africa on the foundations for learning, starting with ECD and transitioning into primary education. Okay, great. So we're going to start with the opening address from the Finnish Ambassador for Education, Ms. Sal. I'm going to hand over to her, and then we're going to have a presentation from Professor van der Berg. So a big round of applause for the Finnish Ambassador for Education.
Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Deputy Minister of Education, Director General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It's my great pleasure to join this discussion at this very time when Finland is about to start cooperation with South African Department of Basic Education on early childhood development. We are much excited to enter into a partnership that will include exchange of experiences, sharing of expertise, and benefiting from mutual learning. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. Timing is also good, as it happens that Finland, just like South Africa last year, completed a major reform where we brought the entire early childhood education and care under the administrative branch of the Ministry of Education. This was a right decision as it enabled a stronger emphasis on pedagogy. Our common experience of reform provides a good foundation for sharing lessons learned. Today, I will share some basic lessons, principles, and practices from Finland's early childhood development that hopefully will inspire our panel discussion today. Dear colleagues, research shows that high-quality early childhood education has a positive effect on a child's growth, development, and learning. Early childhood education and care reduces exclusion and provides children with social and learning skills that are useful later in school and life. In fact, foundations of learning are laid in childhood. Therefore, quality ECEC benefits both the individual and the society. The early years are important in the development of emotional control, language skills, and social skills. Research has shown other benefits too, such as reduced marginalization and even better health later in the adulthood. This is why in Finland we seek to widen participation in early childhood education and care. During this government's term, we are making substantial investments in early childhood education. We want to improve the quality and equality of early childhood education and increase the participation rate of children in it. Because early childhood education and care has many functions, it influences the entire society. It supports children's health, well-being, and personal development, and safeguards every child's right to learn and receive support. Early childhood education and care helps prevent learning difficulties and levels out differences in children's development and socioeconomic background, thus fostering equity in the society. Early childhood development and care in Finland is based on educare principle, where education, teaching, learning, and care are integrated as a whole. In Finland, we emphasize pedagogy and play in early childhood development and care. In fact, we speak of play pedagogy, as young children can best learn through play, physical exercise, and exploration. Access to early education is a universal right in Finland. This subjective right to early childhood education ensures equality between children and gives all children an equal opportunity to participate in early education, irrespective of their parents' financial position, employment, or place of residence. All children are entitled to access in municipal early childhood education from the end of parental leave until the child enters primary education. And compulsory primary education starts 1 year before basic education at the age of 6. Since August 2022, the right to early childhood education started from the beginning of the month when the child turns 9 months. This is because the parental leave system in Finland has been reformed, and the parental leave period is extended until the child turns 2 years old. The number of parental leave days have increased, and there is now more flexibility for both parents to take the leave. Furthermore, when designing and organizing early childhood education and care, the child's interest must be prioritized. The child must also be protected from violence, bullying, and harassment. We also pay special consideration to the participation of parents in Finnish early childhood education. Educational partnership emphasizes the mutual and continuous interaction between parents and the educators in all matters concerning the child. Dear colleagues, in Finland, we constantly develop our approach to and practice of early childhood education and care based on research and good tested practices. Since April 2022, we have strengthened support for children with special needs in early childhood education. with the so-called three-tier support. And this three-tier system was already in use in pre-primary and basic education. Support is provided in 3 levels: general, intensified, or special support, depending on child's individual needs. We are also piloting a 2-year pre-primary education with an aim to improve the quality of pre-primary education and strengthen the continuum between early childhood education, pre-primary, and the basic education. The pilot is part of the National Right to Learn development program, which seeks to improve the educational equality in Finland. Our main concern at the moment in Finland is the availability of the early childhood education staff, especially teachers and special needs teachers. The ministry is preparing a research on the challenges on staff retention in order to plan measures on how to retain a qualified and motivated workforce and ensure early childhood education and care as an attractive profession. We have for several years granted extra funding for universities to add study places in early childhood education and care teacher training programs. We are also in constant dialogue with trade unions, municipalities, private early childhood education and care providers, and universities in order to seek possible solutions to this challenge. The Ministry of Education and Culture has also appointed a broad-based expert group for the development of early childhood education and care staff training in Finland. The group has prepared a development program and an action plan on early childhood and education training. The Finnish Education Evaluation Centre is also evaluating the development needs in education of early childhood and education teachers and other staff. We are also investing in the development of early childhood education and care leadership. Our aim is to develop an up-to-date, unified, research-based and nationwide university-level management training to be carried out both as degree training and in-service training. The aim is also to strengthen the coherence and continuity of early childhood education and care and pre- and basic education in leadership. I look very much forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcel. Really good to hear about some of the lessons from Finland on early childhood development, but also the importance that the government places on early childhood development. Also good to know that there's this relationship between Finland and South Africa to see what lessons might be relevant over here. So now I'm going to hand over to Servaas van den Berg. I don't need to make much of an introduction for him. I'm sure a lot of you know him. He's a professor at Stellenbosch University, and he's the South African Research Chair in the economics of social policy. He also leads RECEP, which is the Research on Socioeconomic Policy, a research group focusing on socioeconomic policy. His research interests center around issues of poverty and inequality. Prof, I guess since I don't see you, you're online. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I am sharing my screen. I hope that works. Can you see my screen?
I think so, but we see emails.
Yes, now you should be seeing the appropriate screen,
Yes.
I hope.
Now we see it.
And let me just put it in presentation mode. I get an echo from your side now. I don't know whether the sound is clear there. And can you see my screen? It doesn't appear to want to go into education mode, into presentation mode. So I'll just make it as large as I can.
Okay.
Right. So I want to speak about education and in the longer term, looking at, as you put it, Chair, looking at the foundation, but also how that links to the rest of the education system. I will do so with a focus particularly on the cognitive outcomes of early childhood development. And the cognitive outcomes are particularly important at this stage where we have this transition, this migration of ECD from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education. And I'm afraid now my screen is also stuck. Let me try it that way. Yes, right. So if one looks at the way economists particularly look at early education, much of that is based on the work of James Heckman, who won the Nobel Prize for economics, but is best known outside economics for emphasizing the importance of investment in early childhood. And that graph reflects his perspective of the fact that you have higher returns to education at earlier levels, given that there is a good quality of education. So that is essential to that. And that later investments cannot really make up for earlier neglect. And of course, there are very many benefits of education. The cognitive outcomes are only some of those, but though that is what I'm going to focus on. And I'm going to do so also because we have, in recent years, there has been developed the early learning outcomes measure, which has been extremely important in advancing our understanding of learning in the preschool period, so that one can measure that and to a greater extent understand what is going on in our preschool facilities. So looking at ECD quality, we know that there are major problems in that regard. There's only been one really comprehensive study that also is representative, and that was a study that BSTEC and others undertook in the Western Cape. They looked at 242 ECD centers, provincially representative, and looked at various issues of quality, measuring it by various yardsticks. But that was before the development of the learning outcomes measure, the ELOM measure. So they focus largely on quality in other respects, and particularly focused on two groups: those from 3 years and older. And for them, they found that most of the stimulation activities and the language activities were relatively weakly developed within those centers. And they make the point that given the particular importance of these areas in enabling readiness to learn in school, the result is of considerable concern. We have since then had a almost representative, broadly nationally representative sample of grade R, where the ELOM scores were tested. Looking at that, we find that in the second term of grade R, only about 54% of quintile 1 children in such centers in the Western Cape, 56% also in quintiles 2 and 3, and 75% in quintile 4 and 5 were on track for entering grade R, but while they were at that stage already in the second term of grade R. So we have a problem there. So what do we know about
Prof, can you still hear us? Let's hope Prof is reconnecting. Might be load shedding, correct. While Prof is reconnecting, let me then take the time to introduce the panelists that are going to be addressing some of the questions that you see on your program around some of the issues around ECD and early learning in South Africa. We have, maybe I'll go with, from Grace first over here. Grace Matlape is, she started her professional career as a social worker. She's held senior positions at WITS Mental Health Society, Planned Parenthood Association, and the Love Life Campaign. And she's currently the CEO of Smart Start, which was established in 2015 with the aim to close the access gap to early learning opportunities. We also have in the middle is Shakira Maharaj. Shakira is the Director for Systems Design and Development at Ilifa Labantwana, an NGO striving towards universal access to quality early childhood development. Her focus areas include sector expansion, as well as early learning program registration and quality improvement. And last but not least is Penny Groom, who's the Executive Director of Class Act Educational Services. And she's been instrumental in the development and implementation of structured learning programs in South Africa through her involvement in a range of initiatives, including the early grade reading study. And I'm hoping that Prof is online now. Okay, Prof is not online. So maybe we should take some of the questions. Would that be okay? To some of the panelists. You have a mic, and to you as well. Or maybe I'll sit down. Can you see our lovely panelists over here? Or at least you'll see them on camera. So the first question I'd have for you, Grace, and to Shakira is, what are in your opinion, what are some of the key barriers in South Africa that are prohibiting children from thriving later in their life? Go ahead, Grace.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for that. It really is a pity that Cephas was not able to complete his presentation, because really the point that we need to make clear is that the early years are crucial, and that unfortunately, in terms of human capital development, returns on investment, it's a matter of diminishing returns with age. The time when the greatest returns are available is in the early years. In South Africa, unfortunately, it's very difficult to separate the effects of entrenched intergenerational poverty and deprivation from failures in policy or delivery of ECD. Studies have shown us over and over again that we know what needs to be done in terms of early learning and preparing children to thrive. What we need to do is take those programs that work to scale. But what that means is that we have to focus on the comprehensive solution in getting a child to thrive. And those investments are multi-sectoral in nature. They are about health and nutrition, they are about social protection and family support, as well as early learning and development. If, for example, this conversation we're having today about the early years had taken place a few decades ago, in the 70s, in the 80s, and that the interventions that we are focusing on to prepare children for the better future had happened before, we would be at a different place altogether. The point I'm making is that deprivation and early trauma play a big role in reversing the gains that we know are crucial in enabling ECD to have the impact that it should have. And so policy prioritization is really important, but it is not enough on its own. There are a few things that we've been struggling with in terms of ensuring that we enjoy the dividends of early childhood development. And this includes deliberately and intentionally designing systems for early childhood development for population level change. As it is in South Africa at the moment, early childhood development is provided by a network of people who are doing a great job giving children an opportunity to thrive. There isn't uniformity in preparation of their workforce. There isn't good working conditions in the delivery of the services that are being delivered. And yet there is really powerful pockets of excellence that are having real change, are realizing real change. So we need to design the early childhood development system with population level change in mind. The second thing is funding to ensure that there's decent income and that all of the things that stand in the way of adequate resourcing of delivery of ECD are dealt with. We're dealing with the reality of a fiscus that's under pressure, but that is not reason for us to wait until we have all of the funding for all of the work. We can start with the assets that we have.
Thank you very much, Grace. I'm going to hand over to Shakira if you want to also give your perspectives on what the barriers are to children thriving later in life.
Thank you. Grace picked up on so many of the points that I think are so critical. Maybe just to unpack one or two of them, the issue of inequality and entrenched poverty that carries across generations that Grace had mentioned is an incredibly important point. And in addition to that poverty and inequality affecting children from the point of being in utero onwards, it also affects practitioners and caregivers. And so practitioners themselves are often in very underemployed or not earning decent wages situations. The other point that was so critical that Grace mentioned was this package of support or the multiple elements that children need to thrive. The Thrive by 5 index talks about the fact that children need to be nourished, they need to be cared for, and they need to be learning to get to a point where they're on track for school. And the third point that Grace mentioned was about the sector and the policy levers we need to be pulling to change things at a population level. And a big part of why that's so difficult is because of the nature of the sector. So in comparison to school and higher education, there is this network of practitioners offering early learning programs, and there are many
much promise of the system.
And one of the strategies in-service support, and so programmatically they
Africa, starting with the DBE, who've done significant research in this area. They've been benchmarking the reading for African languages. They've done a tremendous amount of work in terms of teacher development and curriculum, together with the National Education Collaboration Trust. And there's also really amazing NGOs working in the sector who have done phenomenal work. So I think that we need to acknowledge that there's been enormous progress and development, but still those barriers do remain and they need to be addressed. And we've been hearing about many of them throughout the day today. So in my opinion, what are those? The first one is the policy. CAPS is difficult to implement. Some of it is not aligned to the best practice for to the evidence base for instructional practices for reading, and that needs to be updated. Access to resources remains a challenge. particularly access to decodable texts in the early stages of reading. That's just imperative for us to get right. But also access to books to expand children's vocabulary and background knowledge, to prepare them for comprehension, and to allow them to practice their reading skills. So that remains an ongoing issue and barrier. In many schools, the status of the foundation phase is a barrier. You know, we know that in terms of staffing and in terms of budgeting, often the foundation phase is marginalized within schools. The pressure just seems to be about, you know, higher grades and preparation for high school, and that needs to be changed. That's definitely a barrier. A critical barrier that many foundation phase teachers face is class sizes. It's just so difficult to give a child the consistent and individualized support that they need to really thrive in the foundation phase when you're faced with 70 learners, or, you know, even 40 learners for that matter. And I just often wonder about the mental health of teachers and their resilience. And I think about the emotional energy that it takes to go to a school and to face those children every single day. It's quite remarkable. And for me, the final barrier is just teacher knowledge in terms particularly of teaching reading and writing. And I think that, you know, the time is right in terms of changing and strengthening the curriculum to also look at that, to look at the development of teacher knowledge in terms of focusing and really understanding what it takes to teach reading and writing effectively. Thank you.
And I just want to build on that last point that you made about the importance of teachers and teaching. You know, that's very sobering when you list all of the barriers. But what, in your view, have been some of the promising initiatives around supporting teachers to teach early grade reading to young children? Could you talk a little bit about your experience in that? And also, what should parents be doing to support literacy and numeracy in the home?
Okay, well, I think as Grace and Shakira outlined, poverty is just, you know, it is a huge problem, but we really have to have strong enough in-school instruction to mitigate the effects of poverty. And of course, there are many schools and teachers who are doing a wonderful job of getting this right in terms of early literacy. So we need to be looking at what it is that they are doing. And I think one of the things is about the status and the support for the foundation phase. I think that schools who are succeeding in early grade literacy are prioritizing staffing, putting stronger teachers in the foundation phase, keeping the phase stable, not moving teachers from grade to grade, and ensuring that positions are filled. You know, it's very difficult for the continuum of literacy to flow when you have a year of grade 2 with no teacher. You know, so definitely that's something to look at, is the staffing. Also to look at access to resources and the prioritization of that. And yeah, just to see the priority given to it by the SMT. Is the principal part of, you know, aware of what's going on in the foundation phase and supportive? So all of those management things are critical. Something else that we notice in schools that are succeeding in terms of early literacy is that they are definitely following the routine that's required to teach literacy. They're teaching all the components of literacy, and many of them are doing this with the aid of a structured learning program that is very systematic about implementing a structured and systemic phonics program for the language, teaching children how to blend and segment words, how to decode, teaching children an expanded vocabulary, teaching children handwriting, and then giving them creative writing opportunities where they get to use their phonemic knowledge and their writing skills to create their own work. Teachers are reading aloud to children on a regular basis, usually every day. And critically, teachers are listening to children read, you know, on a regular basis, at least every week. Many of these schools, particularly in the quintile 1 to 3, who are really succeeding and thriving, are doing so with the assistance, I said, of a structured learning program. And there are DBE programs, the PSRIP, the TMU formats. There is the early grade reading program that's available, and there are other NGOs like Fundawande, Room to Read, who are also producing really good structured learning programs. So that's something else to look at. And I would say that definitely what makes the difference is that kind of routine, that coverage of the whole program, that understanding that phonics is fundamental to reading, and some kind of coaching. We've learned from programs like the EGRS that teachers need kind of intensive and ongoing support to change their practice, but also supervision. We know that like in the PSRIP, where subject advisors are really involved and doing the supervision and support, you see significant gains. And that's also been proven in a project like Tusome in Kenya, where there was coaching support, but also that supervision by department officials.
Thank you very much. I think we're getting messages that we're over time. I do see Servas on the screen. Rather than finishing his presentation, maybe do you have any closing remarks, Servas, that you want to make? And sorry that you didn't get the opportunity to make your presentation. And maybe we could take questions if you have the panelists here, the ambassador here for lunch, so you could have your questions during the lunch hour. But maybe very quickly, Servas, would you like to add anything from your side? Sorry that the presentation didn't get done. Okay, I guess we're struggling with Servas and the connection. So, DG, I'll hand over back to you, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Liz. Let's give them a big hand of applause. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, panelists. You've been great. Let's give them another big hand of applause. Wonderful. I'm not sure whether it's surprising that panelists are all ladies. It looks like men have to garner the courage to come and help us with the foundations for learning. So we're learning from ladies. Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you. Lunch is served. We're immediately going to break for lunch and be back at 15:15. And lunch is served at a room called Ballroom. As you go out the door, you turn right, straight down towards the corner. You'll meet us there. That's where lunch is served. Thank you. And then MECs and Minister will go to the holding room.